Kesh Foundation, an independent, non-profit, non-religious, space-based organization founded by nuclear engineer Mehran Tavakoli Kesh, is introducing to humanity the science of the universe, plasma science. Kesh Foundation develops universal knowledge in space technologies that provide solutions to major global problems, revolutionizing agriculture, health, energy, transportation, materials, and more. The application of plasma science in the form of specially developed plasma reactors and other devices will give humanity the real freedom to travel in deep space. Plasma science exists throughout the whole universe. It is here and it belongs to you. Our knowledge, research, and development regarding the plasma structure has progressed to the point of enabling everyone to participate in the process. Become a creator and understand the work of the universe for the good of humankind on this planet as well as in space. The use of megravs, nanomaterials, GANs, liquid plasma, field plasma, and other plasma technologies have come as a new dawn for humanity to progress and work in harmony with the universe. Conventional technology applications are wasteful, damaging, and cause pollution to the planet and all living beings. Plasma science provides solutions and improves existing methods and use of resources in all aspects that touch the lives of all beings. Plasma is defined by the Foundation as an entire content of fields which accumulate and create matter and is not defined by its physical characteristics like ionization or temperature. Also, with plasma science, we understand how we can convert matter back to the fields. Quoting from Mr. Kesh, MEGRAV stands for magnetic gravitational, which means plasma absorbs or gives. And every plasma has the both. It has give and it has take. And when they can't find the balance, they distance themselves until they find the balance they can give to the others. That they can receive what they want to receive and give further. Certain atoms and molecules release and absorb magnetic or gravitational fields. Released fields are available to be absorbed by other objects. The Kesh Foundation has developed a way to gather these free-flowing fields from the environment within a resourceful and beneficial new state of transitional matter, which MT Kesh named GANs. The first step of the process of the formation of various basic types of GANs is nano-coating metals. This is carried out either chemically by etching, steam coating with sodium hydroxide, or thermally by heating, fire coating by gas burner. During either coating process, gaps between outermost layers of atoms are created. The residual coating is often referred to as nano-coating, defined by the structured layers of nanomaterial, which build up during the creation process of the coating. Nano-coated metal in interaction with other various metal plates in a saltwater solution creates megrav fields. These fields then attract available elements to form a specific GANs, which collects and settles at the bottom of the container. This GANs is formed from independent energized molecules like little suns that can be used in various applications.
The Kesh Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and speciality to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Kesh Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today. The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to experienced farmers, agricultural specialists, and researchers to apply to the Foundation's private weekly agriculture teaching workshops. If you fall into one of these categories and are interested in plasma technology integration into agriculture, you're invited to apply. Scientists and agricultural practitioners of the Keshe Foundation continually develop and apply new methods of food and fiber production, soil fertility management, plant and livestock health management, and increased farm productivity using the most advanced plasma technology that is taught at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. In the teaching workshop, you'll learn the science of plasma technology and its applications in the field of agriculture for enhanced and equitable global food production while minimizing costs and external inputs. Practicing farmers and Keshe Foundation scientists will demonstrate their application of plasma technology in agriculture and the ensuing results of such applications, thus deepening and enriching learning for all participants in the private teachings. Participants are encouraged to demonstrate their farming practices in the teaching workshop. The private teachings are broadcast in English live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central European Time. If necessary, you may bring a translator to the workshop. All applications are required to provide proof of their education and professional qualifications, must pass a security background check, and are required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. Translators that attend must also pass a security check and sign the World Peace Treaty. For details on how to join the private teachings in agriculture, send an email to agriculture@kfssi.org stating that you'd like to participate. Include in the email your education and agricultural experience and reasons for your interest in plasma technology. Applicants will be contacted with further instructions and details on the application process.
Welcome everyone to the 181st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, July 20th, 2017. This is a production of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And today, I believe we'll hear from Mr. Keshe a bit later. And I think we're going to hear from Ella from her position as a manager of the Keshe Foundation. Is that true, Ella? Are you ready to say something there about that? This was my understanding. You were going to present something today? Or am I putting you on the spot and have the wrong understanding here?
Hello, everybody. I will just probably make the introduction in the way that, hello, welcome to the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. The idea is to start until Mr. Cash arrives. So if at this moment there is anyone who would like to come forward and present something that they had to prepare or they wanted to prepare for from their work, from their researches, then this is the time, because we are available. So yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ella. So we can progress that way, and if I see that Caroline's here now too, maybe she would have something she would like to say to begin today's workshop.
Hello. Thank
Hi,
you, Rick. Good morning. Do you have enough coffee today, Rick?
Oh, I'm trying
have you prepared yourself, my team in the background, to have sufficient enough coffee, sunshine, and a big smile on your face? It's a big day today.
Well, I understand that there's some big news that's to be released today, but we haven't had much of a clue besides that. So maybe you can enlighten us a little, or a lot.
But you're trying to get me to tell the secrets. No.
Okay.
No. You tried this one before, Rick.
I'll try any way I can to get the secrets out.
That's your speciality. That's how it should be. But we have quite a few nice surprises to come up. But I will give the honor to Mr. Kesh to open those drawers for you, Rick, but not me. I will tell you that we have worked and finished the letters. They will be presented by Mr. Kesh. The councils have worked very long hours yesterday to complete, even though it might look very short, but we are so careful in how we express ourselves and how we are working with how we want to make sure that the message and the information cannot be interpreted the wrong way. We don't harm nobody, we don't hurt nobody, we don't insult nobody, but we give support and calmness and gentleness. The letter which we didn't pull through yesterday, which was the first one which came up from Jamila and Michelle, I forgot totally because of the constructing of the other work we had to do. I sent them a notice that we will use that letter a little bit adjusted as an expression from mankind through the Universal Council members, the core team, and the Earth Council. And I will ask each one of you to come in a meeting just to agree yes or no. So we'll have another surprise in the next few days to say our gratitude to Mother Earth. This was one of my topics in one of the teachings in the afternoon. At the beginning, when Jim came in and they were asking, can you open more doors and in the path of the soul? So one of the topic was gratitude. And the topic came because of allergy, and Sandy came on and she had hay fever. I thought she had a cold. And we started talking and she explained. And I have a very nice lady which has written a lot of information down. And I said to her, but I've been passing this information to so many people as a gift, to support, to come out, to understand, to reverse the condition, because you also have to go to the root of the problem to understand, as Mr. Kesh always explains. You need to know where it came from in the first place, then analyze and put it, even though it might not be so nice or even painful, but try to find and bring the most positive things from that situation to the front to change that energy, your emotional field, which is your plasma field, which then dictates how it will express itself in your physicality. So my topic that afternoon was in relation with that. I said, you know something, every time I quote what she has taught us through her books, or any reader, or any movie, or anybody who you picked up something that could bring you in a different position of positive, or brought you in a higher platform, which is more, pleasant for you to work and to function, we forget to say thank you. That's the word gratitude. I say thank you to all the knowledge seekers. I say my gratitude to Mr. Kesh for his beautiful work, non-stop giving, continuously feeding, correcting, adjusting, protecting, making sure nothing goes wrong anywhere. To be a guide as good as possible to protect us like young children walking on a new path of knowledge. This is the word gratitude to the food, to the drinks, because even to your computer or to your iPhone, somebody has done and achieved a lot of work to be able to give you this little box, I call it, which returns so much favors to you. If you start with your real intent to say thank you to the creator, the imaginator, the one even start dreaming about it, to be able to make it to manifest in the physical world, for us to be able to use it with such a pleasure that we can contact and communicate and stay in touch with our family, friends. I know it has become a little bit too much, but still, the original idea, the original setup took a lot of work and a lot of courage to bring it all together. Even the way we now can work on such a big platform, we have to express our gratitude that we can sit here in these meetings and this can go worldwide. We can share in one instant so much information. Gratitude to all those people who made this available, because most of them have even spent a lifetime work in it. Gratitude to the mothers and the fathers to take care of the nourishment of the new generation. Gratitude to the teachers, because people don't understand that you can use something positive and receive so much more for it than to go and say, oh, and this is a bad teacher. And critics are always easy. But in real sense, to give and say thank you. The clothes, the shoes, the tables, the chairs, the furniture, everything you use has originated from a thought and a design from somebody who then most probably even made his life task worth to make sure it reached as many people as he could with that idea, because it has a purpose to serve. So I say gratitude to all, and thank you so much for being here today. And I think if every knowledge seeker can even express its gratitude to the CO2, to the ganses, to the magraphs, they will be beautiful. That's where we change the position in giving. Thank you, Rick. I do not know on what topic we will next jump, but I like the public to express their gratitude in their own way, maybe to give back at a certain point in saying thank you. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Caroline. And that is actually a very, very big key word, and has been a key word in my life. I've got a little plastic tag with the word gratitude in it, and it's pinned up on my wall as a key word to ponder, you might say. And it's been a part of my life that I've focused on at various times more intensely than others. And you can actually develop a perspective or a mood of gratitude with the things that you do, like Caroline was discussing there. And it goes for the little things in life. For example, I've had some problems in a relationship with a certain individual, for example, and he gets really irritated, and I get irritated, and it's like there's this breakdown in communication that kind of occurs. But I have so much gratitude for that interchange because I'm able to see where there's some friction with myself and others, and that gives me something to work on in myself and help change myself to allow peace inside of myself. So in other words, that irritation I feel with an individual, instead of just allowing that to take over, I view it with gratitude because it's a gift rather than a negative, energy draining thing. It's an actual gift, even though it doesn't seem like that sometimes, especially initially, until you get the overview and you keep applying the gratitude. And finally, you see, yes, what a gift this has been. It's allowed me to rub off some of those rough edges against this other rough-edged individual. And that is how, when you think about it, that's how a diamond is polished. There's a saying that it takes a diamond to polish a diamond. And if we are like diamonds, you could say, then different facets of ourselves need to get polished because they're obstructed or they're too rough to allow the light to pass. And so anyways, the gratitude does make a huge difference if you can use that as kind of one of the core beliefs, I guess you might say. Anyway, I'll pass it on to somebody else who would like to maybe follow along with that theme as Caroline suggested. I was going to say, if you're an attendee, you can put up your hand. Mark Erb has his hand up. I'll promote you to a panelist. As our panelists seem to be a little tongue-tied right now.
Can I come in, please?
Okay, Mr. Kesh, hello.
Hello, hi, good morning. Good day to you as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to these teachings. This week I'll try to keep out of everything to see how the Kesh Foundation community will change the course. It's you who have to make the difference. It's you who have to bring the position in and approach all the world leaders. This is what I deliberately took a step back this week to allow you to start finding bearings. When I'm not here, the Kesh Foundation community has to run its affairs, and the structure we set up has to be able to work in a way that is beneficial to the human race. I have watched the past 3-4 days how different organizations, Universal Council, Earth Council, are learning to stand on their feet, and I deliberately kept everything out of every situation. I sit in the background, I listen.
Mr. Kesh, you have a very bad connection. Can you relocate, please?
The thing is, I'm on mobile
Hello.
situation. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
you hear me?
We can hear, but we have to turn up the volume quite high in order to hear. There's a lot of background noise and whatnot.
What you say? Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be off for, I'll come back in an hour and a half. I'll be in a
Okay.
fixed position that I can speak and we can start teaching in the afternoon. Today's session, try to, before lunchtime, try to find a way that you agree with all the letters you've written and it can go out publicly from all of you. This is what is. Decision has to be made by Earth Council members. And this has to be backed by the Universal Council members. The decision is when the Earth Council members confirm the letter can go out. It should have gone out on Monday. We are running very, very short. So try to come to a conclusion. I come back 2 o'clock lunchtime and then we start the whole procedure. We have had enough time. It's good to see there is everything done in a very nice way, the way we plan for peace. And then I'll explain new position which has been taken. You try to bring John in to explain how the soul's elevation can be and the rest of it. But now you have to finish it. Finish it by 2 o'clock today. If the letters, especially with the Chinese group, has agreed, go out with it. Address the letter to President Xi, but to Central Committee, headed by President Xi. This is how it should be addressed. His Excellency President Xi and Central Committee. So he's heading and the rest. It's only going to be addressed that way. All the documents you send is on PDF. So nobody can enter the name of the president or the king. This is a flaw in this job. You have to open the letter. It doesn't say, or at least allow attachment that they can be sent. They can add the name of the president or the king in the front page and then the letter behind it. Because once you seal a PDF, you cannot open it. So they can't open it to do it. It makes it very difficult for people to put the name of the president or the king on it. So if you go back on your system, especially the webmasters, just attach a name for the attention of His Excellency or His Highness, and then address it. That they can send it, then it becomes a standard letter, everybody can use it. You seal the PDF, nobody can use it. So, but be careful, we have people in the background that they can abuse the system too, but it's something we have to understand how to do it. But if you're doing it, attach to it a letter from you. Please note this, just make one sentence line for the attention of His Excellency or His President, and put their name and attach the letter to it. Don't let the PDF file to be touched. For the Chinese community, please address directly into the peaceful nation of your country, as I explained before, and we'll see what we can do. I try to be in the explain a lot of things regarding the peace program too. But please allow me, just mobile at the moment. By 2 o'clock, I'll be in a fixed place, fixed time, and we can explain the teaching will be done mainly in the afternoon than this morning. Thank you very much. If you look at the structure, I've asked Ella, as the head of the Keshe Foundation organization worldwide, to start taking part of her responsibility and understanding. At the same time, she'll be heading this teaching this morning. We have to accept that the eventuality is Keshe Foundation belongs to worldwide population, and we have to grow. The growth of the Keshe Foundation is becoming amazingly fast. In time, we'll explain. But please, Earth Council has to authorize the release of the paper to its members, and the support of the Universal Council has to see the operation running smoothly. You are running very, very tight. You're on the 20th today. You've got less than 17 days, 18 days to achieve it. Please, I thank you for what you're doing, and you've done a wonderful job. I'll explain very strange phenomena that has occurred and has changed the position in so many ways for all of us. I'll go off because I'm moving, But at 2 o'clock teaching, I'll be there and I'll explain everything directly. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kesh, so we'll have an afternoon session today. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's the 181 afternoon session. I'll teach.
Okay.
I'll be there. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Kesh, before you disappear, can we present the letter to the universal community?
Yes, that's no problem. But let me explain to it. That'll be explained this afternoon in the teaching exactly what's going to happen. But the letter to the president has to be released urgent, as fast as we can, once you get approval from the Earth Council that is agreed.
Okay, but the Universal Council can present it later.
No problem, but that is not
Okay.
priority. The priority is the letter from the Earth Council, which is the letter to the presidents and the kings of the heads of the nations.
They will be working on it in the background. I arranged that, so everything will be okay.
No problem, but it has to be going out. Mass release it to every part and everything else. Every organization who is the supporter of this. What we'll do, we'll explain the whole operation this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So, Rick, if you want to carry on the gratitude for the time being, Vince, do you have the letter which we worked on yesterday about the universal community? You want to start with the letter, Rick, or you want to wait with it? Because then we can explain.
I'm not clear. Are we going to present the letter before Mr. Kesh talks about it?
Yeah, he will expand more on it, but it can be fully explained and presented this morning about the universal community. The one we finished yesterday. In the background, the Chinese teams are working on the letter to be ready for maybe still this morning or then beginning this afternoon. I will communicate with them in the background. If you can start with the letter.
Okay, I'm just trying to find that just a second here. So you're talking about the formation of the Universal Council. Is that what you mean, or what? Which letter?
No. The one which we drafted yesterday. With all the
Can
council.
someone send me the link for that? Because I don't have it immediately in front of me, and I don't know which one.
If Sander is present or Vince, they should have it in PDF file.
Okay.
In the meantime,
just sent it here. The Humanities Wish for Peace, a request to the universal communities, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let me share that. Just make it a bit bigger. And get it aligned in my live stream.
Take your time.
Okay, there we go. So I could read that, if that seems appropriate.
I cannot fully see the letter. It's like in a quarter of the screen, Rick.
Not sure what to do about that.
It's fine on this side.
Yeah, I changed. It's okay. Now I can see it. Thank you.
Okay.
Vince, are you going to do the honor or Rick to read it?
Vince, go ahead if you want.
No, you can go ahead, Rick.
We can't get him to do it.
Well, I'm working on the letter as well, so I don't want to be taking my attention away from something that's that important.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's right. We have to allow those to work in the background. Okay, so let me read the letter then. It goes, humanity's wish for peace, a request to the universal communities. We request the universal communities to open a portal of communication and support us in our quest to create everlasting peace. Our wish is to achieve peace and create the best living conditions for all life forms on Earth. We have received a universal teacher, and through his inspiring teachings, we have gained the knowledge to elevate our souls. We have, therefore, evolved to the appropriate level of achieving peace. We as humanity now wish to join the universal communities in a peaceful way. The Universal Council, the Earth Council, the core team, the knowledge seekers, one planet, one nation, one race.
This was my wish last week, Monday, in the Universal Council meeting. And there were still things which had to be cleared out, which I'm going to try to clear out today, is that we know we are not alone. We share this planet with so many other energies, creations. And I thought, why do we have to walk this path as humanity alone when we actually can open our doors and invite everything which is existing to come and support us in our quest for this level of peace at this moment? And just one moment, please. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for that. That if we open the doors and we ask for the communication on an open platform, if we make it our wish, we will receive so much support, which they have been waiting for a long time for us to be ready to be present in this level of understanding. And this is the blueprint of the peace. So they have been near us. They know our position. They know exactly, Mr. Kesh has brought it in so many teachings, has explained so many times. I even brought the glasses back that people could create the tools of how to start visually seeing them, to communicate with them. And he always said, they read your fields and your intent before you even manifest them. So your talking and your physicality doesn't matter, because they know exactly how you will approach and how, in what condition, and what your intent is. So we worked yesterday on this letter to bring it into public, to introduce it to mankind, to support the wish that we will succeed, that we are ready, that we have elevated to this new platform. We all been so hard working for. All our wishes is combined in this letter now to join even and request more elevation and friendship and joy. The funny part of this whole thing, which I already brought it forward, but maybe not today, there are new people around in this meeting or present, is that the night we were assembling the letter, we were writing and working hard with Mr. Kesh and all the council members to get this letter to be going out to all the kings, the presidents, and all the heads of states, whatever title or dignitary is responsible for a country. Suddenly, out of nowhere, because it was dark, I went outside and I said, Mr. Kesh, can I have a minute, please, from your time? Because I'm not sure. We had for half an hour, non-stop, as you call them, UFOs, we had spaceships passing. First small ones, but every few seconds there was one passing, making sure that we noticed it. And it wasn't only Mr. Kesh and me who were seeing it. We have 2 more witnesses that have seen the same pattern as we saw. And it was so beautiful. Half an hour, non-stop confirmation. We are present, we support, we heard you. In whatever form you want to confirm, we visually could see the confirmation that they are with us, because we were writing this letter, which is now the blueprint of peace, to invite for everyone to come and sign the peace treaty. The last ship was enormous. It was very big. Vince or Rick can give you to support a very blurry picture, because through their magnetical field, as Mr. Kesh explained, if they were touching the clouds, we could see the boundaries of them. In the middle, when there was no cloud, it was transparent. You couldn't see. So because of that problem, my camera could not take beautiful, clear pictures. But we have 2 who can, because there is a circle around it where you see a small ring in the clouds. But I assure you, when with the naked eye, it was a beautiful passing by one after another, non-stop, half an hour, non-stop, one after another. It's so beautiful. And in the background, as I was sending the pictures to Vince, while they were carrying on working on the letter, he was sorting them out to have a better view or take the best picture possible out. And I wrote a note to him. I said, you know something, Vince, this is the confirmation of the wish last week, which now today we present to you in public, that we request the wish for peace to the universal community. Because one of the Universal Council members said, this is a path which is unknown to me. I said, it will be unknown to a lot of people. He said, but it would be nice to have some kind of confirmation or some kind of a sign or some kind of, you know, that how are we going to know that they confirm? I said, time will tell. And it happened exactly the night we were writing this letter, the letter to the presidents. And therefore came the idea already from that Monday to write a letter to invite to open the doors. And this is today, all the councils are presenting you this wish. I invite you all with love and care to support this wish. Thank you very much.
I support the wish to encircle the earth and join lower earth and upper earth in peace and join the universal community.
Thank you. We usually ask or confirm by saying, I am present with your name, please. Because it is a statement of peace.
I am present, Mark Erb, and I go peaceful.
I am present, Latuabu in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Doug here, and I'm very much present. And peace to all.
It's Sandor, I am present. Hungary.
I am present.
Sorry. Carry on.
I am present. I am Pem Katri, and I am very happy with this process we are in. Thank you.
I am James, and I am present, and I support this wish full-heartedly.
Vince from Canada, and I am present, and my gratitude to all humanity.
Alex from Nigeria, I'm present as well.
This is Maria from Norway. I am present and I embrace peace on earth. Thank you.
I'm Rafael from Switzerland and I'm present as well. I'm glad to be and honored to be here.
It's Pia from Denmark.
I'm Ling.
Okay, it's Pia from Denmark. I am present and I am in peace. Thank you.
I'm Flint Malhausen. I'm present, United States.
This is Jim and Lisa from Australia. We are present and we also wish for peace.
I am Jalal from Spaceship Earth, Sector Iraq. I am present.
I'm Ruthie Ling from China. I'm in fully support.
I am Thomas from Switzerland, and my wish is peaceful unity. And I thank for all the gifts we've already received. Thank you so much.
I'm Ekmar from Germany, and I'm present.
Rick from Canada, and I am present here now and ready for action.
You most certainly are, and thanks to you, Rick.
I am Shamila from Paris, France. I am present.
I am John from Argentina, and I'm present and exultant to be here accompanying these beautiful councils with all my love. Thank you.
I acknowledge the entire Knowledge Seekers team and participants who gave me a sense of closure to my question of why I exist. Is due to your searching and discovery of what's important. It means I can spread knowledge and love Thank you. I am present. Mark Erb.
Hello, I'm Zina or Mernaz. I live in France. I'm very grateful to live such a day. I thank everybody and Mr. Cash and Carolina, which made this happen to us. And I'm present 100%.
This is Klaus from Austria. I am here. I'm a master of new energy. I choose life, and I'm the safe space, and I be in peace. Thanks for all.
I am present.
Paul, can you repeat that, please?
You want to try it again, Paul?
Hello.
That may have been the only opportunity you have. Go ahead.
This is Boniface from California. I am present and I am grateful to all the souls here. Thank you.
Hello, here's Amisha from Austria. I'm present and I'm so thankful for this. Thank you.
Galaxy Tab A, your mic is open. Did you want to say something?
They don't seem to be coming through. We don't hear you, Galaxy Tab A, if you're trying to communicate there.
Yes. Good morning, everybody.
Hi.
I am Jibani from Togo. I am present. I'm very grateful to be in the panel and listen everything. I wish the best. I wish peace. I wish love. Thank you. Hello?
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Yes.
That came through loud and clear. Thank you. Anyone else from the attendees, you can raise your hand and I can promote you to a panelist where you can speak. There, as I speak, Willie raised his hand. I'll promote you to a panelist.
Hello, my name is Julian. I'm present and my intention and wishes are peace on Earth and for all beings that live here. Thank you so much, everybody. Great job.
Yes, hello. This is Willie from Norway.
and I am present. Thank you all.
This is Dimitri Kupis. I am present with all of my family for this beautiful change. I love you all.
We could hardly hear you there.
People, you can also express yourself in the comments under, even in Facebook. You can express I am present with your name. It will appear for people who cannot get their mics working or can't come through or cannot be promoted on time. Please do confirm. All your wishes of confirmation are more than welcome in this peace process. We will receive so much because it's the first time we acknowledge that we can receive so much more. And we are learning to give so much more. A lot of people have been waiting for this moment to open those doors, which have been kept for so long in taboo. A lot of people have knowledge, have received connection, or in communication, but it always has been kept away from public because the time was not right. As we are elevating so many souls, slowly more and more doors are opening up. If anyone can bring a positive adding to this letter, it will be more than welcome. If anyone wants to go and understand more, you can ask questions. You can come forward. It was a pleasure, and it is a pleasure to share this with all of you. This is the picture you see. Vince has drawn a circle around it, and this was one of the best ones. We have a lot of video footage, but it's going to have to be trimmed before we can maybe attach it later on. It was an amazing event, I can assure you. We had this presented already in part of the previous days, and people came and showed their pictures, and it was very lovely to share. And it is beautiful that so many souls are aware we are not alone. And if Rick can bring the peace letter back up to the heads of states, maybe we can find more points in how we can approach those who are in positions, how we can give for them to come to the invitation which humanity has set out on this path of peace. Thank you, Rick.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. I just want to make sure I get the latest peace letter here.
Hello.
Paul?
Hello. Yeah.
Paul from Togo?
Yes.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Caroline. So I just want to confirm that they are present with us, and we receive them from Togo many times, and we have received them last time when some people from Denmark come to us, and it was very amazing and very huge spaceship that we can play with them. And they come and they appear from time to time. And if we are very accurate, we can communicate, play with their spaceship. And this is very important. So my gratitude to Mr. Kesh to bring this knowledge to us, because we know them now, they know us, and we are now in contact with them. They come regularly, and we can communicate with them, with their spaceship, huge spaceship, and you can play with them. You can get what you need, and you will see the reaction they feel from the spaceship. So the peace community is here with us. The peace community is around us. We have to be aware. We have to take more further. We are now in the world of peace. We are now in the land of peace. The peace came back. No more fear, because we have no power. No one can abuse from us, because our soul take place. Our soul is our creator. Our soul is creator. He have all power to protect all our body, all our emotion. Our soul have the power to be in communication with all entity in the universe. We have this gratitude. Now we have to go more in deep. We have to be in contact with them. We have to keep in contact with them. They are here with us. They support us. They take action when we go in the process of peace. They want peace for this planet Earth. They give us love. So come and join, please, everyone, in this process of peace with your heart and your soul. The rest will be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else, please?
This is a great time. Thank y'all for everything.
I could barely hear you there. I think it was Zane. Could you say that again?
Can you hear me?
Can you speak up a bit?
Yeah, just barely.
Can you hear me now?
It's still very faint, like it's not connected somehow.
Yeah, well, this is Zane Latin. I'm present, and thank y'all very much. This is a very exciting time. Man, the activity outside is just incredible. I've never seen so many ships. It's just beautiful. Thank y'all.
You're welcome. We're gonna have to, excuse me?
Go ahead.
We have a path to create of friendship. not of fear, not of what we ever believed of. We are creating the path in the right way of tolerance, no matter how the appearance will be. They are not there to spook or to hurt or to harm, in no way, in no shape. It will be an adjustment for mankind, but as we are supporting each other, and it was our wish, and it is our wish, make it a beautiful wish. Then the transition and communication will go so much faster. Because it's not only them who will share with us. We have so much to offer. We have such a beautiful planet. We have so much feelings. We have so much courage. We have so much beauty. The only thing is that man has never realized how beautiful he is. Even to enjoy life in its shape and its form is sometimes very hard because of the created conditions. That's why we are here today, all of us. That's why I was encouraging so many knowledge seekers in the previous teachings to create the path of your wishes, but to materialize them already with your creative minds and your gifts and all your talents, to make it that we can see the new path. It has to be made, it has to be created. That's why you're creators. Be very aware how, when, and how we all are going to step in this new position. We're going to need a lot of people with a lot of good ideas and a lot of effort. Nobody will go jobless. We have a lot to do because we have a lot of cleanup to do. Even when we start traveling, and even for the ones which can leave this planet, we will not leave this planet the way we have shaped it. We are preparing, as I explained, a letter of gratitude to our Mother Earth, to remind us in gratitude what she is daily giving to us. We are in such a beautiful environment. She's feeding us, she's nourishing us, she's caring for us. We have warmth, we have cold, we have everything what we can wish for. And I think we have to start embracing it and make the path, but create the path. And if we go together with all our ideas, as I said this morning, gratitude for the path to be made, I invite you all to come to create the path of peace. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Julian from Norway. I would also like to express gratitude to Mother Earth for allowing us to have this experience of being disconnected and being in how can I say, darkness, and to reawaken back to our universal selves, our family, and back to love. And appreciate gratitude to everybody that has been a part of it on either side, so that we can have a big, how can I say, reunion party in the galaxy, that we made it, and we're fixing the planet back to its original shape, and we are, yes. Thank you for the old and welcoming in the new, all in love and peace. Thank you all very much.
This is John from Arizona. I'd like to welcome our space family to this beautiful planet. This is the time that we have worked for so long, to bring the bridge together, that we might be able to step forward into the universal community and show the universal community that we can operate in peace and that we have peace in our heart and that we can bring the rest of the people and humanity along with us in a peaceful way to create not only a better world on this planet, but a better universe for the rest of our family. Now's the time, and this is the place. Let us open up those bridges, and I call forth all of our space family to join with us in the ways that are appropriate as we join with you as equals, in that although we may still have stuff to learn, we have the ability to learn and to move forward in ways that we can join and be a contributing member to the universe. We look forward to it. Let us open that path. Let our souls join together as one. Thank you.
Can I tell a little story, please? Doug from Australia.
I think that might be appropriate. Go ahead, Doug.
Right. It's that you don't know who you're going to meet when you're out and about. So I work as a traffic controller and I meet the public. And some weeks ago, I met a man was walking on a footpath near where I'd closed off the road for roadworks. And he was 6'5", very thin, and very, very dark, purpley black, and very tall. And he struck me as a different person that I would normally not see. So I felt compelled to run across the road and across the other lanes of the road on the opposite side. And I walked up to him and I said, "Where are you from?" And he said, "Sydney." And I said, no. Not there, but where do you come from? He said, "I'm from South Sudan in Africa." And he spoke in a very, very nice English accent, sophisticated accent. And I looked up at his 6'5" and I said, "You're the most beautiful person I've seen walking along this footpath for a long time. And I want to shake your hand. I'm Doug. I'm a traffic controller. I was dressed in the personal protective gear, reflective vests, and he reached out and my hand reached out and we shook hands. And I said, "I'd like to tell you about the Kesh Foundation. You said you're from South Sudan, and I just want to say, if he was walking, by the way, to a university that was just nearby. And I said, "You have a computer?" "Yes." "Look up the Kesh Foundation, because we're trying to do good work in Africa. And he said, we need it. I said, yes, I know. And he said, I will look it up. He wrote down cashfoundation.org on a piece of paper, put it in his briefcase. And then he went on his way. I said, I don't want to say any more, but I really, and we shook hands again and he went away. His name was Michael. And today, strangely enough, again on a road closure, a young man came up, stopped his car and said, well, he didn't say, I went over. And again, he was a man with black skin. And he opened up the window and I said, where are you from? And he said, Ghana. Oh. And he mentioned Nigeria. And I said, wow. I said, this is really interesting. He was also smiling at me. And I said, oh, look, I'm an administrator with the Cash Foundation and we're doing really trying to get a lot of work done in Africa to bring equality. And he was smiling. He said, oh, that's really good. Thank you, he said. That's nice. And I've written it down. I said, look up cashfoundation.org and have a look. I said, we have people on the ground in Ghana and we have people on the ground in Nigeria, and we're really trying to raise the life of the people in Africa because they haven't had a good run. Yes, he said, yeah. And he said, oh, I said, so look up cashfoundation.org, and if you can, I said, at 5 o'clock our local time tonight, there's a workshop, 181st Knowledge Seekers Workshop, if you can join or if you can see it on YouTube or live stream, look up our website and see if you can join. And he said, I will write an email to you. I said, well, right, he lives in the same town as me. I was working in my town today, first time for a long time. We live probably 3 kilometres away from each other. And he said, I will write to you. I said, I'm an administrator. And he said, I said, go to the contact link and I'll look for your email. What is your email address? And he smiled and he said, my email address is thesacredinsight@gmail.com. And I said, that's pretty good. The Sacred Insight. I said, well, we'll probably be in touch with each other. He said, yes. And he drove away. And I thought that was pretty good. And when I meet people, I don't consider that they come from necessarily planet Earth. They may appear like us, but they're dropping hints through their behaviour and the way they speak, that they're putting out synchronous or synchronicity hints that, you know, everything is going on, you're doing fine, it's really good. I'm just here to say, you know, thank you, to me, for being a part of this. And they come and they go, and I've met more than one or two of them. I've met a lot of people that I felt were saying they came from Sydney, they came from Ghana, they came from Nigeria, they came from but I kind of feel that they're from the universe, and they're just walking around among us, not by accident. They come and they meet us, and they say thank you, and there's an interaction, and it encourages me when it happens, and I think it happens to a lot of people whether they realise it or not, and it's all part of the process because we are ready now for this. And really, that's all I want to say. It's a nice little, it's not a story, it's actually a fact. These things happened, and I just wanted to share. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Doug. Good. Okay. I'm not sure how we want to proceed with the letter. Can someone give me some direction on that? Is that progressing in the background, or are we supposed to work on it in the foreground here at the same time?
Let's work on the background for a little bit here yet, Rick.
Okay.
Are there more people that can come forward with how to reshape and how it can be done? Because once we reach this platform, things are going to start moving very fast. We're going to have to be ready as knowledge seekers to deal with the change and to bring an easy transition with all our manpower we have and the knowledge we have through soul and through the physicality. We're going to have to make the path. Any person has any ideas?
Hi, this is Libby, and I'm sorry I arrived late, so I'm not sure if this was mentioned as an idea. I had sent a link to the universal community yesterday about the Ubuntu, Michael Tallinger's effort to make small towns very viable so that people can learn to work with each other. And I'm sure that we could team up with the Ubuntu group and many other groups who are working in similar lines with us. I have not yet approached them, but I wanted to check with the universal community and the Keshe community at large as to how, if A, they're familiar with Ubuntu, which I'm pretty sure most people would be. Are you familiar with Ubuntu? Ubuntu, Michael Tallinger, at all, Caroline?
Yes, I am, because it's nice you're bringing this one forward, because the beauty is, one thing has struck me and stuck into my mind as a picture even, where they are placing somebody from the tribe in the middle, and they praise him, and he actually has done something wrong. They praise him for 2 or 3 days, non-stop. They even change people to carry on praising the person, how good he is, what he has achieved. Everything possible, what is in their memory, they're collecting, everything is positive. And they're giving it as a feedback to him that there is no need for going off the path of whatever was at that moment, he was creating a problem. So this is the same impulse, the same thing which has been repeated in the last few days. If we start giving towards the other person gratitude and admiration and confirm their beauty, their talents, but make sure that they receive it, not to keep it in your head, as so many do, and not speak it. But even sending it through your soul, the person will receive the package. And you see the people changing. Stefano from Italy posted something very nice. I circulated it in Messenger. He explained the topic of my teaching to his girl, and she was practicing it when they went outside. And the feedback she was giving, he posted that. And it's so beautiful that she was sending the message. And she said she could feel and hear without speaking that the woman wasn't so pleased with it. So he gave her a different instruction to change because she was staring at her. She felt uncomfortable. And then he got the feedback. She started smiling. She started feeling pleasant. So you can imagine how many people you can touch through just your projection of your intent. And this is what we are now uniting to go for the 2nd and the 3rd of August, but not to let it go down in waves again. We're going to have to keep on stepping up even more to make sure we are touching. And as you touch, you change anything which comes near you. And then they, because their level is changing, they touch, they go home more pleasant. They don't go so agitated. They start smiling. And people which are practicing this is exactly what Ubuntu is doing. But in different projects, they have brought so many projects in Ubuntu. We can learn a lot from it. If you open the name Ubuntu and you go and you search, you're correctly they have a great knowledge how to change it in a very easy way. And they show the path. So if they can embrace us or we can embrace them to join, we will learn from each other. Thank you for bringing it forward.
You're welcome, and I will send them an invitation. I don't know Michael personally, but I've been following what that group has been doing, and it is really heartwarming.
There is a lot of knowledge in Africa. There is a lot of correctness in Africa being handed down from generation to generation. It is absolutely beautiful. I have prepared something else with Rick this morning. If Rick can bring it forward about the Universal Council, which started in Dubai, to give you all a better insight how different the new platform will be and how we are already taking these responsibilities for a year on our shoulders. It's a learning path for all the Universal members. It doesn't matter if it's the Earth Council or the Universal Council or the core team, which is a lot longer in position than the other two councils, but the principle shows very clearly. I bumped into a post this morning and I've been searching for it, but maybe it was only the time was right now to bump into it this morning to share it with you. I immediately send it all out to the council members because it is a slideshow and it's beautiful. We will adjust it. We will add more pictures to it. We will add the presentation of Mr. Kesh to it, where he explains more into detail. But it will give you a very good idea how the councils will work and will operate, that we do not go into nothing from the past. It's an absolutely new road with a new setting. And I want to give you and I want to offer you this new platform, which we already are applying. to give you an idea how we will and can change the path of peace, and how we can bring it to our leaders and to our people to support them, how it can be done. We are the first ones, and we are very happy to share it with you. This was the picture from Dubai. If Rick can open the slideshow one at a time, and if there are any questions, please step forward. Are you ready, Rick?
Yeah, I can try to do it as a slideshow. I'll see how it works out here. I'll enter slideshow mode.
I've been searching
that didn't work.
for this file for weeks. It's the blueprint of the start of the piece, and it's the blueprint of the councils. It's not complete yet. We're still working on it. But to give you an insight how it's done, how it works, how it operates, because I sent an invitation at the same time we are going to present this. Whoever feels to become a support member or a council member, to take the responsibility on your shoulders, we can and we need more people to join. Because the more souls we have, the more beautiful we can do our work. And as Mr. Kesh has repeated it quite a few times, the core team is there to support through the soul. The Earth Council members are responsible for this planet. The Universal Council members are the interaction to support whatever the Earth Council is of any need. And this is the start of it, the formation of the Universal Council. Members will self-select themselves. The selection will be on the basis of the native speakers of the language on the planet, without any respect to where they are spoken. If a member of the speaking language is not present in this conference, or delegate takes the guardianship of the language until the selected person comes forward. If you can go to the next one, please. The method of appointing oneself to the council. The council shall not be elected, but appointed by the soul of the man to be able to serve the humanity. Once in space and in due course, man will see and feel each other's soul and not each other's physicality and voice. Thus, there is no need for spending time, money, and effort on one promoting oneself as the others see the true soul of the man and his intentions. Thus, the job of today is to see which one of you trusts one's soul to be transparent and is there to serve man on earth and in space with the true intentions and not the spoken words. Now let's start the understanding of the process. Thank you, Rick. The expansion of the Universal Council of 12. Within the next 12 months, each member of the Council of 12 elected here then will have the pleasure to accept self-selected 11 more languages and members to her group. New members, 12 sub-councils, will be self-selected based on the new languages selected by the total members of the group of councillors. Thus, by the end of the 12 months, the council will have 12 groups of 12 members covering of the language on the planet, or 144 members. In the future, there shall be inter-universal members, and they will be added to this council on the same basis as man become member of the Universal Council. Next slide, please. Man in space will understand his true value, and this council becomes the true representation of the interest of the whole of the humanity, both on Earth and in space. These are the positions. There are 2 of them.
Excuse me, but we don't see the slideshow. We just see the UFO photo on Zoom.
Is anybody else having a problem seeing the
No,
slideshow?
I see the slideshow.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I see.
Yeah, you might want to restart your Zoom or find the correct window.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's coming through good, Rick.
This slideshow is really clear.
Okay, let's carry on.
The expansion of the Universal Council of 12. There are some pictures. It will be more explained in the near future because the voice of Mr. Kesh is very important. How this will go on to different platforms of explanation. But I want to give you a view of the essence. Whoever was in Dubai has witnessed this coming and appearing on the screen. We have posted a lot of information how you should behave and act and interact, and it has been a learning process for all of us. And that's why I'm inviting so many new members. If you feel, step forward, go through the process. You have to be going through the vetting process as usual. It's for everybody the same. If you already have passed the vetting process, let us know. And then you will come into the council and you will be more than welcome. We need more languages, we need more people, we need a lot of support members if you can't take the full task as a full time. We welcome you with open arms because this is the work we are doing in the background. This is a more technical explanation in what was in the previous picture, and I leave this to Mr. Kesh to go more open to it. And then it says, Universal Council of 12, there shall be no head of the council elected, as the souls through their own position and serving the humanity will find forces of balance to create a balanced council. There shall be no voting, as no one sees the truth. Excuse me. There shall be no voting, as one sees the truth and feel the real intention of others. Thus, once one promotes a certain motion to establish or do something for the good of the man, then the other souls will understand and support the motion of the presented case through their intention and support of the soul, and not by voting. And this is exactly what I was trying to give you, the new platform, that these are the changes. As we are giving you the example, please go to the next slide. There is so much more that needs to be taught about this, but this gives you a very good foundation of understanding. The rotation of all members, 12 councillors and 12 sub-council leaves in the main 144 councils is by rotation of the members and will be for the duration of one cycle of man for 1 year. There has been and there are adjustments to this kind of framework. So I'm just giving you an idea from the start. We are still working and still adjusting to certain positions and to come to understand as we are in a learning process of this new level as well. Thus, each seat on each leaves becomes a member of the main council every year, which shows us its position by the state of the soul and its sincerity of the soul in its group to serve humanity. The rotation of the position is by servitude and not by seat position. Thus, a whole race has to become supporter to the soul of their self-selected soul, that her soul promotion leads him, her to be at the seat of the council, and then on the main seat of the main council. Next slide, please. This way, number of speaking languages does not count, but the true service serving humanity will accumulate the strength. Thus, servitude become like the gravitational circle, and giving unconditionally become the magnetical. So the more they serve and the more they receive to become more pure, to be serving rather than receiving. This is the secret of the operation of the new universal order of council. Next slide, please. Now let's elect ourselves to serve humanity. Then you have the languages, you have the ranks. It will be adjusted, and it still is adjusting to who and wherever it needs to be. Next slide, please. The same, identical here and identical here. This was a little view into how you can serve humanity through your soul and through the real essence of your intent. I welcome any new soul who feels he's reached the point to serve humanity. Rather it be in the council as a full-time member, or if it is as a supporting member. We welcome all the forces to translate, to support in any shape, any form, to take these letters that are getting produced to the councils, to come into public, to support and create more of the energy to have this all for humanity. Are there any questions, please?
This is John. I had heard that some of the Universal Council members were going to be full-time participants, and that potentially there would be relocating to Ghana. Can you say anything about that?
There is a structure that is getting created in Ghana. And when the time is right and when humanity is right on the level of that it can start, there will be an opening there. And all the members of the Universal Council, the Earth Council, and the core team will be present in that opening. Unfortunately, we have no final date when this is going to happen. We are not moving there because each continent on this planet will need a center where the council members can come and go to serve for wherever it's needed. If you're needed in China, you will all gather into China. If you're needed on the other continent, you will go, because the Earth Council will request where the position is needed the most and the most urgent. Where we usually appear, we bring so much change and energy because we are there to serve, we are there to give. But a permanent base will not exist because the whole planet is our permanent base. We will just be drawn to the places where it's most of needed. Maybe council members will be in all different parts, in different groups. It all will be stipulated out by the Earth Council, as I said before, where the need is the highest and where we can come and give our support and what kind of work needs to be done. We're in a growing process. We are learning all very fast. And it's beautiful how, since the 3 teams have come together in the last few weeks, the family is growing. And it's a pleasant, comfortable feeling that there are so many souls working for one target. And a lot of them are working around the clock. And we will see more and more coming in because the time is right. We now will be able to guide much easier the new members which are coming in and will come in, because we already walked the path for 1 year. So we know how it works. We're still getting guided how to get better, how to do things better, but we're getting there. We're all maturing. As I feel the maturity in these presentations every day growing, I think you all sense it. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's very nice when we can say at the end of the teaching, I really enjoyed being here. And I'm so glad that I could hear so many voices say, I am present. Because we are growing. And if you can follow this etiquette of how this Earth Council, Universal Council, and the core team is working, and if we can bring this ethos into our structure, in our knowledge seekers, and into the worldwide public, we will go very fast. Because it's an honest way, and you take your responsibility, so nobody can dictate nothing to you. You stand for what you take on your shoulders as a soul. And you're not pushed, and you're not maneuvered. You stand as you are in your perfection to serve. Thank you, Rick. That was a beautiful. We will expand on it. We will give you more insight. We will bring you more information. I posted already 2 weeks ago, I think, some reminders of Dubai. And somebody said, thank you so much. It brought back so many good memories, because more or less the whole week everybody was there. They did nothing but gathering, talking, sharing, learning. And it was a pleasure to be there with all of and every single one. There was no agitation. It was a working force which came together. And this working force repeated itself every time, every meeting after Dubai. Just sharing. You could see the notes flying over the table. You could see the systems appearing. And everybody had this time to explain and to talk and to bring and to share what they have achieved since this process. They got in touch with the Keshe Foundation. So that's why we are welcoming you more and more to come and share your work, your experience, and how you're going to pave the path of peace. We as council members just showed you how you can walk the path by starting within yourself, for yourself, and take the full responsibility for yourself. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Again, I'll advise the attendees, if you do want to speak, you can become a panelist, and I can promote you to a panelist if you put your hand up, so I recognize you want to do that.
I noticed in the chat somebody said you forgot Bulgarian. It is noted and it will be added to the list. Anyone who noticed that there are languages missing, please do not hesitate to inform us. These were from the start and they are not complete yet. So that's why we enjoy you joining to come and to take these adjustments under your wings and support to make it more and more complete. If we work together, we'll share together. I remind you, there will be a composition of what took place in Dubai, which was the start, but as a very nice introduction about how and what and exactly the points which are very important. Anybody else wants to add something to it or has questions, please? I noticed Turkish is missing too. Thank you. So that's Bulgarian and Turkish. Have you noted, Rick?
Yes.
Finland?
Turkish is there. I saw it.
Okay, let's review. There's Turkmen here. Is that Turkish? Oh, it's Turkish, number 22. Denmark is being asked.
He says it's a different dialect. And Yvonne just posted a link of all the native languages spoken on this planet. Maybe we can take the link up and then as Moshfaq or Sander, they can make a roster that whoever we might have forgotten, we can add them to it. And please go to our website and apply to become a support member if you feel you're ready for it, or a council member in your own language. We will welcome you with open arms. The force of peace can grow. We will work on it. Thank you for your attention. and we will come back with the complete full lists, and as a Google document, we will circulate it, and it will be nice to welcome you in the next few days.
Yeah, the list is there of the top 100. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I think most of these lists are very deficient because South Africa, for example, has 11 official languages just in one country. And they're not dialects either.
That's no problem because it is a huge continent and it can use a lot of support members. So that will be no problem.
This is the top 100 languages that are listed by population. So it's if you add them all together, it still only comes to 85% actually. So there's another 15% of the world's populations that aren't represented by the top 100 languages. But probably quite a few of those are African if they have quite a population as well. I'm not sure which ones there, but some must be African.
I don't actually see any, Rick. There's one. Xhosa is there. Number 97.
Africa has over 2,000 languages. The whole world has over 7,000 languages. So some may appear, some may not hear.
Languages or dialects?
Languages, real languages. Forget the dialects. Those ones are in addition. So about 30% of all world languages are African languages. About 32% are Asian languages, and the rest of the world has the rest. The fewest languages are in Europe, and surprisingly, those are the ones that dominate in world affairs. I can send a link if you are interested that shows the number of all world languages. But just to note, there are more than 7,000. And of those, over 2,000 are African languages. Some countries in Africa have over 250 languages. Thank you very much.
I would love, can you hear me, Rick?
Yes, go ahead.
I like to read something while I'm digging into my files, which I posted at first when I opened the Universal Council chat rooms, groups in Messenger Facebook. So these are not Facebook's individual, these are groups which are made in Messenger. I have tried to achieve for each language to find its position in there. They're open for already more than a year. So if you want to be part of the structure to work on the social level in Facebook, I invite you to let me know by sending me a small message. And then I can add you without you trying to become a friend because Facebook has a limit. And you think you can't get in, but you can get in. Because if you send me a message, it appears on the top and then I can come and add you into, if you give me your language and your country, then I put you where you can communicate in your own language with the Universal Council members on that level. So please feel welcome to join on Facebook or on other platforms where you function to connect people to make this family very big. I like
Caroline?
to share this text because, yes.
Do people have to be cleared with security or go through an application first before they
No.
do that? Okay.
On Facebook, no. You just come in through Messenger. We are monitoring every single Universal Council room, chat room, is monitored. There are people responsible there. We do not tolerate abusive language or any insults. You will be removed immediately with not even a warning. This is the only thing we ask is respect, tolerance, sharing on a friendly path. I am trying to get more and more people to create more or to come with a suggestion where there is a need of a language. And then you can invite people which you can communicate with. And then you can be added to the other chat rooms in the different languages. So you're all intercommunicating with each other. It's a beautiful open path, but we do not tolerate no abuse. So don't even try because it is impossible. They are continuously on guard, people watching, selecting, and guiding. It's a friendly room, and we expect people to come and share positive, new inputs to pave the road of new. How are we going to walk it? And they're already been working on it for a year now. And it's beautiful how it's working. And even when I run into problems with certain chat rooms, I close them down. And then we re-invite, and the ones which are creating the problems are getting left out. So it's an easy way to clean up and to restart fresh. And we are not afraid to restart because the ones and the souls who want to be there, they reappear very fast because it's a pleasure the way we are sharing knowledge with each other on that platform. And it's an easy platform once you know how to work with it. Now, my thing that I want to share with you is for all of us. My soul is from the start like a white sheet of paper. That from the very beginning, receives its small tasks and challenge every task, test, as small as it might look. The physicality needs to pass through this physical conduct, through choice between rights and wrongs. When you pass your tests, as they call it here, you don't get correction on your path. And you evolve to your next task. And that's how we are growing. That's how you can say who you are today. Your complete being is because of all the tasks you have walked through life. And so many times I brought it back. Your soul is guiding you, is taking you by the hand, and it has beautifully delivered you to the Keshe Foundation family. You're all welcome, and we all invite you to walk the path of peace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Just checking to see if there's any comments or people with their hands up. Any other comments from our from our panelists. Okay, so if we want to, we could just shut down early today and put our efforts in the background toward getting the letter ready and that sort of thing. It's pretty quiet out there, except for I can hear Carolyn typing.
I'm
Not
sorry.
typing.
I am sorry.
Scrolling or
I was
something
trying
here.
to find the text.
You can almost hear what you're
Yeah,
scrolling about.
I didn't know you could hear it.
Yeah, I noticed that
I
last
do
workshop
apologize.
for the first time, that it was possible to actually hear that.
Anybody, any sharing or any new results on any level?
Hello, Caroline.
Yes.
It's Lisa here from Australia. I'd
Hello.
just I'd just like to say a couple of things about our wish for peace and connecting with the universal community. Is that people need to understand as well that the universal community is not just from out there, it is from here. And we can connect with all the plants and animals in our environment, and we can ask them to help us to create the consensus for peace, because they all want it as well. And I think people forget that it's not just humanity, it's everything on the planet, including the planet herself. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. It is correct. That's why we try to always refer to the totality. And we are outnumbered, Lisa, when we look around us. Because each plant, as Mr. Kish calls them, the horizontal and the tall, and all the different names he's addressing to give them their individuality, they have a soul. And they share their environment, and we share their environment with us.
And they talk to us in various ways too.
Yes.
If we care to listen. If we're quiet and silent in our hearts and we feel, I feel all my plants every day, and they tell me what they need. And so you've got to just go to the quiet space and you can communicate with them. And I think even communicating with the universal community starts with understanding how to connect with the animal kingdom. And that's an easy place to start, because we are so connected to them. And they're there, they're waiting for us. Just look at your animal. And if you just, it's not the speaking, it's the understanding, and you connect with the soul, and it becomes a lot easier that way. So yes, if we when we represent him, we ask for peace, we can just ask them to help us, to support us, because they want it.
The dolphins off the coast of Virginia Beach were very much active yesterday. It includes all the life in the oceans and in the atmosphere and even below the surface.
This is so. We've lost the connection in a lot of ways. I've been reading some books about the Aboriginal people in Australia, and astoundingly, many hundreds of years ago, it was noted by white settlers that there were certain tribes that would go down and in their dream time, what they called their dream time, which is obviously the soul connection, they would call the porpoises. And the porpoises would meet them at the beach, just off the beach, and they'd ask the porpoises to help them. And the porpoises would go out and round up schools of fish and chase them into the beach for the Aboriginal people to be able to hunt for food. So they had a symbiotic relationship, and it wasn't really because the porpoises they weren't giving the porpoises anything except love. The porpoises didn't need them, but the porpoises helped them. So it was a connection, and it was out of understanding that the Aboriginal people connected with the land, they lived with the land, and the land was them, and they were the land. And we've forgotten this in many ways. So yes, we need to reconnect with that on a very deep level.
There are a lot of stories going around like this. People who have found a path to communicate with animals. And it is beautiful how they change and how the animal comes to understand when he can connect with a person, how he changes and he shows it and he expresses it. As you all know, we have a tiny little dog next to us, Mr. Topoli, we call him, and he communicates. He makes sure you understand. Even he was for a short time with Armin, and he usually is very clean. Sorry to refer to it, but he uses the toilet room, the bathroom to go to do his poo-poo. If he can't go out and there is no way he can go on the terrace. And suddenly out of nowhere, Armin told me, he says, you know something? He came and he told me by barking that I had to go to the toilet because he left me something to clean up. He says he talks. I said, of course he talks. I said, he talks when he needs water, he talks when he needs food, he talks when he needs to go out. It is amazing how you can build up such a beautiful relationship. And he's so small. Don't underestimate any life form. They are fully mature and they fully understand. You just need to find the right path to communicate. They will show you, and they will show you the path. And they change. And you're so correct, Lisa. It is amazing. People are good-hearted once they're shown the path, how to use it and how to express themselves. It's an awareness that it is there and it is existing. And we lost a lot of connections, but there's still a lot of tribes and a lot of parts of this world which still have that connection. We can learn from them. And it's also a very nice teaching process to come and share it with us. How you achieve and how you connect and stay connected with the roots of how it should be in the correct way. I love having shamans around me because they are still connected to their ancestors through the storytelling and the showing and the application, how to respect Mother Nature, even simply respect a cigarette, that you can reverse for it not to become harmful. In gratitude.
I think this is maybe one of, sorry.
No, it's fine.
I would just wanted to say that I think this is one of the first things we need to address when we start really getting together and blanketing the planet with this is, you know, many of the indigenous have been displaced, removed, and traumatized dramatically over the last 200 years of colonialism. And they've lost their root and their connection with the land and with things around them. It's very strong in Australia. And the only way that the Aboriginal people will gain their strength back is to be reconnected with the land and understand that they have the power to do so. And I think the plasma is going to help us to do this in a very dramatic way. And I see it as a way to really support people that have over generations been traumatized and who now need to find their way back to a lot of their old ways, which will give them a lot of dignity and respect back.
This is exactly what I request.
I just
Yeah,
that is one of my wishes for Australia, but it has to come. You know, we have to do it in the right way because we can't be seen to be somebody again coming and pushing something. So it's got to come as a groundswell from them. So this is my wish that I can help with that. What were you going to say?
That this was exactly my request, to find the sources, to create the new path, and to reconnect to the correctness in peace. They have a lot to show and we have a lot to learn. And it will be such a beautiful path to reconnect even with our own people, which we have been disconnected from for so long. It will be beautiful. So anybody who has any connections somewhere, please bring them forward, join them in the foundation. Not in so much that we want to teach them, but for them to come and teach us the knowledge we have forgotten, and join and walk the new path of peace. Thank you, Lisa, for bringing this forward.
Thanks, Caroline.
Somebody else want to share? Ah, yeah, okay.
It's
Thanks for
Doug
coming.
again. Thank you. Thank you very much. When I was, it's Doug again here. When I was very young, we were on a road journey in Tasmania, and it was a very, very windy road on the west coast of Tasmania, and we had to stop for a rest break in the middle of rainforest, the middle of what we would call nowhere, and we were on a dirt road, and my mother came to us kids in the back of the car and she said, I want to show you something. And with a torch, she took us off the road into the giant trees, myrtle trees. And she said, I want to show you where the fairies dance. And we were very interested. And she walked to a very, very big tree, and the roots of the tree were spread out. And she shined the torch into the roots of the tree, and there was an open space. And she said, see, there is a beautiful green carpet, and it was flat. and it was perfect. Tiny little green leaves making up this carpet. And the roots of the tree were like huge pillars around the ballroom. And then she said, I'll turn the torch off and have a look at the lights. And she turned the torch off, and the fireflies inside that hollow made a beautiful chandelier of light into the ballroom. And she said, she turned to us and she said, this is where the fairies come to dance. And it stuck with me. And when I was very small, in my dreaming state, in my bedroom, these little creatures, these little fairies would come. They had wings, they had little tiny bodies, and they shone, and they used to come and fly around and dance as I was going to sleep or when I was asleep. And Mum always had that awareness that there were these other entities, creatures, creations. And that's probably why I'm here with all of you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing. Maybe we can go for an early break, Rick, today.
Sure, I think that's appropriate.
We all need a little bit more rest in between because we've all been working late nights and early days. I think we can take an extra bit of rest and restart fresh this afternoon. I hope you have enough coffee, Rick and Vince.
Yep, we'll be fine.
Get some biscuits as well.
Some what? Biscuits?
Biscuits, cookies.
Cookies, all right.
It's more pleasurable. I wish I could have sent you a piece, but
well, when you said
unfortunately
earlier,
I can't.
You said and coffee, and that's exactly what I had in my hand when you had said that.
We understand each other's language.
Yeah, I'll be
Thank you very much.
with making more coffee. I know that for sure.
Yeah, last time you were running too for coffee. See you this afternoon. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you.
That was a nice, beautiful set.
A lot of interaction. Thank you, everyone, for participating in that exercise. It was very good to hear it all.
Now we are talking in the stomach level, Caroline, yes?
My stomach level will go too. You sound a lot better than yesterday, Jalal. I'm so happy.
I am always happy, Caroline, believe me. And if you remember the first connection between you and me, when you asked me, I said I am giver, and I write that to you. The first second I told you I am a giver. I'm always giver, and I'm always happy.
I have received so many people like you, Jalal, which are coming with such a beautiful heart. And as I said before, my universal councils are growing. I just added a new member to it. Please feel welcome to come to this big family of sharing. Thank you very much. See you all this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, very good, Caroline. And again, thanks to everybody for attending today. And we'll resume at 2 p.m. Central European Time. That's approximately an hour and a half from now, I guess. Okay, I'll end the live stream. It's actually 2.5 hours from now, I believe.
I was just about to say something and I stopped the recording.
Okay, well, they'll figure it out.
2.5 hours, yes.
Welcome, welcome everyone to the 181st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. This is the part 2 afternoon session for Thursday, July 20th, 2017. And I believe Mr. Kesh.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, good day, wherever you are. As usual, as you listen to these teachings and as we learn more and more about how we work and how the things work around us. I've learned a lot in the past few days in so many ways. We have come to learn more in how we have to operate. In learn how we have to understand the operation of our own work. And this condition of trying to bring peace is very important. In the past, whenever we done contacts with governments, ambassadors, it's been totally on a what you call Keshe Foundation, group of very few people contacting embassies, contacting governments, and this time is the whole of Keshe Foundation. With what I've seen has been done, it's a beautiful job. I've seen how many hours has been spent to get this letter correct to the word, how to get both letters correct, how the Chinese are working to get their letters correctly, that we unify and we don't split. We bring love and care according to the knowledge with peace. It's fundamental for a lot of us to understand that peace does not come easy. I've never known peace coming easy. To establish peace for a race which has been fighting for millions of years is a dream, but on the other hand is a bitter dream to a pill to swallow, as we said in English. Because We have fought for so long that we don't have no concept of peace. We have no understanding of peace. Peace to us is a dream, is like a paradise. Talking to diplomats, I have raised a very big question. As you know, past few days I've been busy, but at the same time I left it to you as totally as a Keshe Foundation in the teachings of whatever groups was organized to write this letter to be able to go. The time from now is only 12, 14 days. To what extent we can push this through all depends how much from today you work to get this letter out. How many people put their time and effort, hundreds of thousands of calls to the embassies, to the palaces, is your job. We know maximum maybe 60 to 80 of the world leaders can be reached by most of you, their offices, the embassies. But you know, when we go on the racing line and the gun goes off and says the game starts, the run, the marathon or whatever, this is a marathon for life for the Keshe Foundation. I'm trying to bring the Iranian government to move to Israel, which is one of the hardest thing to do. But my soul is with it. My heart is with it. I was in the embassy this morning and I don't need to push. I make it very glorified thing to have peace. You got to understand, when you speak with the diplomats, when you speak with the world leaders, they all want to have this, what I call the crown of glory, that they've done something. But in the process of excitement and process of getting it done, the reality comes home that what about the soldiers? What about the arm manufacturing companies? What about army? What are we going to do with this lot? The solution has to be one thing. We have never tried. It's unknown, but it's worth taking a risk with. But in fact, there is no risk if you think of it. The only big losers in this game are 5 nations, no more. 5 nations are making huge amount of money out of guns. Large number of people involved with it. Because it makes sense. You got to remember something very interesting. Many of you know, many of you might not know. Many nations still today are paying for the bullet which was shot in Second World War to the Americans. Those chewing gum you saw the American soldiers chewed in the bunkers in Second World War, some European nations are still paying for it. Because Americans sold soldiers. They didn't send soldiers. The Americans sold shoelaces. Nothing came out of America without getting paid for, and a debt signed underneath for. I'll give you an example. Go back into 1990s, 1980s, British government. Go into the archives. Mrs. Thatcher came into the power on one basis: denationalizing. Denationalization was to sell all the assets which the nation built over years back to the nation as shares. So the people paid twice for the same thing. When you paid taxes for electricity, when you paid taxes to lay cables down, when you paid taxes to put telephone lines down over 20, 30, 40 years, Mrs. Thatcher came up with a very beautiful solution. This time I privatize it and the people pay for it the second time. And people were eager to pay the second time because she said, what you be worth 100 million, we sell it for you for 50 million, you can double your money. And everybody went for the greed of the doubling the money, but they never stood still. We already paid for this, why should we pay second time for it? But she took one thing out of it. The money which came from the sale of all these shares which were sold to the people for a second time, she paid all the debt of British government to the American government from Second World War. War finished in mid-1940s. Mid-1980s, England sold all their assets back again to themselves to pay the debts of the Second World War. And they were still paying for it for 40 years. Go and check the history. Nations on the burden of guns go bankrupt. Nations on the burden of armies go bankrupt. This is the way to show we create peace. This is the way we, with peace, we bring new dimension, new life. We've seen it, what happened in Europe. We don't see many hungry soldiers from the coming down of the Berlin Wall. The beauty of it is, we can always find something to do. We can always subsidize the soldiers to do something else than shooting a gun. I have put a proposal, and my proposal goes very straightforward. To the Iranian government is very simple. We haven't fought for 300 years. We are not going to fight now. We are a peaceful nation. We take the step. The problem is getting them to Haifa. But the problem is getting them to sign it is bigger problem, let alone getting them to Haifa. Negotiation for these things takes years. If it's done the right way, if the heart and the soul of the Keshe Foundation members and the people who support peace is in it, we can do it in 2 weeks. It's a very big shot. Tomorrow morning I'm going to Vatican. I'm going there personally to ask if Pope will attend the peace movement. This morning I spent time in the embassies. Tomorrow morning I'm back in the embassies. Tomorrow I go to Vatican. The only thing they can tell me, the Father will think about it. But I put it back on the net. We've been, what the response is. To me, peace worth fighting for. Peace is something we have the knowledge with it that we can do it. We have the power to do it because we brought a new knowledge. Something very strange happened on Monday night when the core team, the Universal Council team, and the members of the Earth Council, nearly half of the members were present. I always promise you, when the man makes a move, we shall move. I gave you one promise, that when the man decides to move for peace, the universal community will show the signs of peace to support. The meeting was held at the same time with, I think, 18, 20 members of the total councils together on the table. Around the world, we were all discussing what word we put, reorganize the sentence, the letter you see. And something strange happened. Caroline whispered in my ear, come and have a look outside. I went out. And as it was happening live, we we were talking, it was live. The other members of the council who were online were listening. And at the same time, another person who was nearby sent a message to us that they are seeing the same thing in the sky, 50, 100 meters away from us at the same time. And there was a number of UFOs, a number of large bright lights on top of us where we were discussing the world peace. We took pictures, we sent them to the members to see. It was an amazing sight, very large number as one system. I promised when the man makes a move for peace, the universal community will come in for peace. And now we have kept to our word. We cannot be wrong. It's not coincidental the time when all the three councils meet for peace. The promise which we gave was kept to. Huge lights in the sky, regular formation, exactly the way we see in process. We kept to our word and we keep to our word. The universal community has opened its arms. It's for man to make the next step. When the Earth Council, the Universal Council and the Core Council are meeting, some places 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, some places 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the afternoon, some places early hours of morning. This appears for the second time. I showed you the video of the first time 2 years ago. I spoke about the formation on Thursday, and on Sunday was videoed inside of Italy. And that day when we decided and we were writing the letter of peace, these lights appeared over the house for a long time. Half an hour. The formation of the lights, we could not take pictures, it was amazing. The video would not work. We tried videoing, it was impossible. We tried to take pictures. Some pictures I've taken on my mobile, and Caroline's taken some, and others. And in so many ways, we have made a move. It means the man is on the right track. It means we receive support from a stronger fields, a stronger dimension than us that make sure that we succeed. That night, when we finished, I felt one thing. I said, I have achieved peace. I have managed to convince man to walk the path of peace. And the men of universe who see the soul of the man have agreed with it. We are on the right track. When I sat exactly nearly 1.5 years ago in front of the American officials handing a key for exchange for peace in Iran, in my heart I knew it's correct. And the long term it turned up to be correct. When we announced this peace movement and we agree with peace, I know we are right because we brought the right technology. We have brought the right people, we have brought the right ethos, and the right always wins. The problem is not anymore how and who. The beauty is many are involved. The letter is on the screen. explains a lot. You've seen it for past 2 or 3 days. As I said, when the shot goes off, the race starts. The shot has gone off today. Please take this paper. They're going to split it into Your Excellencies and Your Majesties, so there are 2 different PDF files. You can download it, sign the name of the President or the King or whatever in front of it, and scan it back and send it across the world. And we open the channel these people have received. We try to put a click how many people have sent to which. Send and cover the whole totality. Any embassy, any nation, bombard the embassies of Israel. Send as many as you can to the Israeli ambassadors, to Israeli governments, to every path. The same with Australian, because the funniest thing is, can we have this letter of Prime Minister of Australia, please? If we can have it on the screen. He says he has other engagements. There are 2 points. Is there any more engagement more important than peace? And secondly, if it is important, His Honorable or His Majesty or His Excellency can appoint another person to sign the peace. Put this paper across the internet. We start working on it. Every day we carry on. If you have done anywhere, anything, just send us who you send it to, how you send it to. Ministers, cabinet ministers, ministries, in every shape or form, inform, send to, give to them. That please pass this on to your president, to the parliaments. We need to get this done. My biggest wish and my sincere wish, I can get Ayatollah Rouhani to walk the steps. This changes everything in the history of man. This changes everything which is planned. How can an enemy walk on the land of peace? It's significant. It needs a lot of trust, a lot of cajoling, a lot of understanding. Fulfill, send as many as you can to the Iranian embassies and invite Ayatollah Rouhani to walk the path of peace. Because if the Iranian president walks, all the armies around the world are collapsed. Because the fact is, the Prime Minister of Israel cannot stop Iranian president walking the path of peace onto the mountain. The beauty of it is, if we can get the King of Saudi Arabia to walk the same path at the same time, my life is at high risk in what I've taken, I know, but it's worth it. Today when I walked out of the embassy, for 1 second I thought, what if they do? And my other heart said, it's done. Due to the position I have and the work I've done, in the background there is a lot of trust in what I do in the Iranian government for what the things I've done. But getting a president walking in the arm of the enemy with a bouquet of roses of peace takes a lot of courage. It collapses the whole armies around the world. And this should be our target. Encouraging the Iranian president to walk into the Mount Carmel through Haifa, not through Tel Aviv. Please bombard Iranian embassies, Iranian governments, Iranian media. We are inviting Ayatollah Rouhani to come to Haifa. This is the biggest arm deal at the moment going. Name of Iran, they made a big, what I call, ghost out of to sell arm to the others. When there is no ghost, there is no arms. It's easier if you fight to fight with wisdom than actually with a fist and a gun. It took me less than 2 minutes. I brought the 30-year war between Iran and Americans to a halt. The key points are the Vatican, the President of Iran, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Chinese leadership, headed by President Xi. If we move these four figures, we move the whole world. Because the two enemies have to stand face to face. And when they stand face to face, signing for peace, they become both peaceful. Our work, our target from this second, while you're talking to, while you're listening to this, just go find Iranian embassies. Take it down, put His Excellency President Rouhani, you are invited. This gives me a lot of strength on the other hand. Hundreds of thousands of all the Iranian embassies around the world. All the Jewish embassies around the world. All the Chinese embassies around the world. Invite to peace. We need these four targets to move, and the rest will move with it. I thank the whole team in the background. A lot of work has been done. I listened in the background. I've been watching. Caroline stays up with it day and night to see through. We both have put our life on this. Those of you who are close to us understand. For us means a lot because of these abuses we know how much peace is important. Mr. Declarations, I'm Mr. Sylvester. Now use your pens and your computer time to send this out if you're a true man of peace and see how much you can do. I make you to walk the path of peace. All the time you spend in attacking, now spend that time to bring peace if you're the true man of peace. All those who cajole with names and numbers, it's straightforward. Peace worth fighting for. Target the French, the British, every language you speak, spend your time bombarding. Make telephone calls. We want to send this. We want an answer. I'm putting my time into it. I want to know an answer from the president. I want an answer from the king. I want an answer from the palace. Your bombardment started today. Now is whatever time you call it you are in, the game starts. Don't forget today is 181. That's one. Is the beginning. It's a very, very strange time It's a very, very strange, peaceful time. And the only people who can bring it is us. I have traveled all over to bring people together. I will do anything it needs to be done to get this work done. It needs to be completed. And when you send it, you go and ask what's the response every day. If an embassy receives 200 calls a day, they have to do something about it. Send it to the government office, the office of the president. Ask, we like this to be signed and to be kept to. As part of the work, I'll be traveling again in the next few days to make sure certain other positions are in line. I travel under disguise of the business of the Keshe Foundation, but there are a lot to be done in the back. As I said, when the lights was in the sky, it was very strange. We were joyful, and to me, I stood and I said, I understand. The message is clear. It's exactly the shape of the lights of universal systems, but it's got to be seen, and with it, we can move forward to do it. Don't forget, if you do not know by history, Iranians, military air force, are one of the very few who have had close encounter with UFOs. Goes back decades. And you have to understand there is a lot of observation of these things in around Isfahan and Shiraz in past 5 years, where Iran has been testing. Japanese tourists taking pictures of them over cities, and a lot of people are getting used to seeing them frequently. The process which I have taught in past week, 2 weeks, brings something very special into light. As I explained, the control of the spaceships are not so easy, as there is no electronics. But there is one thing which can match it, or be near enough it, that it can be at the speed of control of the man, is the slide or in line with the speed of the soul of the man. As man becomes more mature, the dimension and the speed increases. As man becomes more peaceful, it allows higher strengths to be used. So, the progress of the man in the space will depend on the peacefulness of man. Depends on the trust of himself in his soul and what he gains from space. As he gains more and more knowledge, he finds new ways to overcome different situations and different strengths of fields in the universe. And this process will give man strength. It is very much, if I can explain it, a couple of 100 years ago, you wanted to go from one side of the mountain to the other, you had to climb all the way up and then drop down on the other side. The mountain was an obstacle. As the knowledge of the man increased, we built roads on it to make it smoother. And as our knowledge increased further, we drilled a hole in it and we called it a tunnel. The huge mountain does not exist for us as we want to cross it. In time, as the man knowledge increases with what we have dispersed as knowledge, it becomes like these tunnels. It becomes irrelevant on the strength of the fields which create a condition. As the man school of thought and its strength increases to make tunnels through these obstacles of fields. If the man understands the true meaning of the teaching of past few months, man will cross the universe in no time, and nothing shall be an obstacle. But with one proviso, and that is, you don't destroy to get to the other, you accommodate to get to the other side. Destruction has been the habit of the past, and we have to get with it done. So, you'll find out as you find more and more ways to live and accommodate, then you learn more and more about the true secrets of the creation. In a physical life, nothing is going to change that much. You still have to go to work, you still have the will to drive, you still have everything else. But in the progress, in next 10, 20 years, next God knows how many years as the man progresses, the changes will come through. Many times I sat and I sit in front of my own father and I think this man has seen so much. Forget about it. 85 years ago, 90 years ago, there were not that many cars. Cars were something very rare in Middle East. Seeing the cars, seeing the computers, seeing the edge of science, adapting to become an X-ray engineer and then adapting more with everything else, and his age still strives to learn. I don't think anyone has seen so much changes that the last generation before us. And we just walk into it as it's nothing. It's been there and it's alright to have a car, it's alright to have a computer, it's alright to have everything else. But if we were asleep 100 years ago and wake up today, the shock is amazing. I think the shock from now and in the next 10 years will be the shock from the last 100 years and maybe more. Where the man does not need to burn a car, where the man does not need to worry about energy, when the man is not worried about the food, man is not worried about anything at all. The only worry man will have in the next 10, 15 years, if we can push for the peace, is how am I going to help the others? How am I going to be useful to something else? Because I have everything I want and I can produce what I want. We should change and the life structure will change. The world peace dividend is so huge that we cannot even contemplate on it. The warmongers have pushed and convinced the others, they kill you, we have to buy to be protected. We go the reverse. We sign for the peace and we know we won't be attacked. There is no need for it. Putting the fear of being destroyed has sold arms. Putting the joy of we serve our nations and nobody will do, you'll find nobody come to destroy because it's here, we teach you more. I said something in a hidden way past few weeks, past few days. When the Chinese soldiers go to India and help the Indians to become like them. When you look at China, there is a huge misunderstanding. You got to realize how the Western media have changed things to fit themselves not to be so low. I'll give you an example and then you understand very clearly how the game has been played in media against, for example, China. Chinese population more or less just around about 2 billion, 1.8 billion. And the nation is versatile, nation is rich, nation has gained a lot from its own internal resources. What the West has made is that we get a cheap labor in China and we get things cheap. But what people have not realized is everything is cheap for the Chinese. And it's 2 billion of them. If you put the population of the whole of Europe, America, South America, and Africa together, it does not come to 2 billion. So the wealth and the money which paid by the West to buy things from Chinese is actually what is the European or whatever they've taken the knowledge to China, they produce it for the Chinese, the leftovers have come to Europe and we are happy to have the leftovers. When you walk into, when you look at the shops in China, they have the latest thing that we even haven't got in Europe. Last time I was coming back from China 8 years ago, they had this double chip card. In the West it was sought after and there everybody was using it. European Americans are taking the leftovers and are happy to be superpowers. The nation of 1.8 billion, 2 billion has got such a huge consumption. They produce 100,000 or 100 million of one item. 1 million being exported to outside is just the leftovers. It's a cream on the top, which brings huge assets to the nation. When you buy plasma screens, how many plasma screens is sold in the West? If every child, adult, teenage, old man buys one plasma screen in America and Europe, it becomes more or less roughly 1/3 of what the Chinese can buy. I used to be in business. We had a very good way of making business. We sell the top rubbish at cream and the rest brings the assets in. So if you look where the West was selling arms, Chinese brought technology, developed and built. And the leftovers became usage by the West. And we are happy that we are producing in China and it's cheap. Of course it's cheap. They sold the cream to their own nation. The rubbish has to be cashed in. And we are happy that we take the technology. The drain comes from the ignorance of the knowledge. When I speak to the Chinese and tell them you have to be proud of yourself, what your nation has achieved, they don't understand that they literally, the leftovers are given to the West. They've been brainwashed that the West has everything and you don't have anything. And in reality, they make everything. And the ones which are on top, what I call, not needed if you like to call it, is served at the dish of European Americans. And that's why I push with peace through China. I am not an ideologist. I've been in the world of business for too long. And I know the game. And I understand one thing very clearly. When the propaganda machine in America and Europe turns to peace, peace will be in the eye of the Europeans only. China is at peace with itself, at peace with its neighbor, and they're doing a thriving business while the other are busy fighting. The war only exists on CNN, BBC and Al Jazeera. Nowhere else. The only way this peace plan will work is to get, to target, to encourage and cajole two people. One is the Iranian president and one Israeli prime minister. One Chinese leadership and get one more country to come in, and they play the game. That one we have in our hand. If we can push the Russians to sign a peace treaty with China, because they're both at the same strength in so many ways, ideology and the strength of power of what they have, if we can help to bring down the borders between China and Russia as one nation, peaceful nation, then Iran with Russian border, changing the armies to work to the benefit of man, as there are no borders, we have cracked the whole position. The easiness of it is, you all have so much computers and time in front of you. It'll be good if the webmasters could put some sort of a meter. As you do, how many people you posted, just come in. Go to the other chat rooms, go to the other organizations, ask them, we need help, we are pushing. Let them come in. 2nd, 3rd of August becomes irrelevant. Tomorrow morning, I'm meeting again, and I go, as I said, to Vatican to push for the Pope to sign. I don't carry any papers with me. I explain the benefit. My name is my reputation, and I can carry it. The Chinese people, you're free to go. Don't wait for a word in a letter or whatever. Do work with your soul and with your papers, with everything. Print the peace treaty, for the letter from you to the president, to the committee, and float it on the rivers in China. Let it become river of peace. Somebody will pick it up. Somebody will read it. Message in the bottle will be picked up. Convey your desire for peace by elevation of the nation, not by destruction of a nation. I have a heavy time with the Iranian president. It's going to be a heck of a lot of a job. First of all, it will change the Middle East situation, because then the Iranian president, as a peaceful man, will move to the other nations in the Middle East, unannounced. Landing as neighbors. You don't need to knock on the door of a neighbor and make an appointment. I mean, for peace. The peace program has to be done that it can carry its momentum through with the logic. Disarming is very easy. I release more knowledge in next few days for a total disarmament. Absolute total disarmament. But there is one problem. The cars on the street won't drive either. As there'll be no planes to fly. As there'll be no ships to float. As there'll be no man hungry. As there'll be no one having fear of hunger. I have brought you to that point, and there are enough reactors around the globe. You have built, you have made enough ganses that if I just give you the last pieces of puzzle, you will paralyze the human race. Maybe we need it. Maybe it's the time to do it. Bringing peace takes time. Bringing peace needs a lot of wisdom. You can fight hand to hand, or I just received a message, I'll read it for you. You just clicked on. It comes, you have a huge support. They've tried everything, but they failed. The beauty of it is, it doesn't take much to create peace now. We don't need, I tell you how you treat, how you work. I call you Mr. Declarations, you're listening, you've been there every word and you publish every word. Publish, you're asking for peace. And all those telephone calls and comments you put everywhere, now say you want peace too. Use that pen and that internet you work so hard with your supporters in the government of Belgium and the rest to publish the peace letter. Maybe with it, you find peace in yourself. You have brought so much power to Keshe Foundation with what you've written that it amazes me how negativity can become positive. It comes to the point that people become totally fed up of war, and now they are open for peace. I will release so much knowledge, it'll take man thousands of years to understand. But tomorrow we can paralyze all the armies in the world. The more advanced technology you have, the easier becomes to paralyze. This is the irony about it. The most advanced systems can be infiltrated very, very well. The process of peace needs a lot of courage and a lot of commitment. it has to be said that we need to understand one thing. For those of you who didn't understand the teaching of the past few weeks or past few days, or you came to understand more, I tell you what it means. You looked into the dimension of the principle. You looked into the dimension of the soul. You looked into understanding that the weaker gets fed by the stronger. But one point you did not grasp is that the weaker needs to receive from the stronger, but at the same time, the stronger needs to receive from the weaker, that it can operate. The point you missed is that as the man is weaker in the transmutation of the energy to the stronger, he can assert his will, which is his wish. This is how you control spaceship reactors. Assertion of wish. If you remember, the minister said it's just water, till we explained. Add a few drops into acid and see if it becomes alkaline. Add a few drops of the water into the water and see if it becomes more alkaline. And then this is not the water. It carries a hidden energy. Then, if this is understood, it should have been understood by those who are building these reactors to understand one thing. As the soul of the man receives to give, man on the giving side can add his wish to it, which becomes a control of it. In the future, the man of space will have one man whom they trust, what we call the present time the captains. But they are not the captains. They are those souls who we trust to be correct and the conduct to be correct. Those souls who push for perfection of humanity and the universal community. I'll tell you how you control a reactor. Many of you sat there with these motors and with these gadgets, you turn them up, turn them down, you speed it up, you speed it down. None of these works. Because you are not spinning the fields. You are spinning the physicality which is acceptable to you. You start spinning and changing by the spinning the strength of the different field layers. You can do whatever you like. Just remember one thing. Have you ever seen an engine, rocket propulsion, or a propeller on Earth? Then you understand. One question to ask yourself: whose wish is turning this planet? And then, on whose wish, on the order of mass, we can change things. As man opens up into space, you will seize the size of the ships that you could not even imagine. Made out of nothing, into the structures that the souls would like to come to be physical, to see each other, or to be in touch with each other in a given environment, that they can see the others or other souls to be in touch with, the conformation of existence of themselves. You got to realize, in the span of universe, life never finishes. Man is immortal, and man has not understood this. The fear of man of death is so ridiculous that it shows the lack of existence in the understanding of the knowledge. Once the soul of the man is created, itself being created from the soul of the mother and the father's combination of the two as a seed, man's soul is immortal. Absolutely immortal. Man should have no fear of death the faster he finds a way into space. Because in the space there is no death. It's understanding of the expansion of the soul of the man. What we are afraid of, what we call death, and we pay so much money to bury the physicality, is the freedom of the soul of the man in the expansion of the universe. As we manage to gather the fields of the universe in itself, we allow it to create a higher density, that it can absorb more, that by it can become a part of the totality, that it can serve more. Those of you who have a fear of death, there is no end. The beauty of it is that even the physical part which left behind itself becomes part of the soul of another being, another entity, another part, even becomes part of the soul of the planet. If you understood what I thought past few minutes, you'll understand you can master a ship, you can master the space on your own, but in understanding the totality and effect of the totality on each other. When you sit down, when you think about your life, try to see where you've seen your soul. How you've seen your soul, the way you've seen your soul. How you feel about the presence of your soul within you. And if you overcome that fear, now that it was somewhere else, now it's inside me, I have to handle it, I have to understand it, then you find something very interesting. Try to change, to interact part of the energy of your soul with that soul. Then you will see the change. If you ever find yourself at peace, then that's the point where you can find your soul. That's the strength of your soul. If you can find peace with giving and joy, loving, you find you have a big problem. You're on the path of elevation. When giving gives you joy, means you receive more to give, then you understand you have matured as a human being. A lot of people think they give, but in fact they're the biggest takers. But on the other hand, If they haven't taken, they couldn't give because that impression is part of their lives. Those of you who are man of military or you've been in the army, I show you one way to disarm the whole army where you work. Those of you who want to disarm the armies, it's very simple. Create 6 to 12, maybe more, small reactors. Fill them up with deuterium and put one reactor of hydrogen around any site you like. The strange thing is, nothing will work anymore. If you want to jam a system that no aircraft can fly, that's the easiest thing to do. Fill your reactors with tritium. Do not turn them with the motors. Get them to turn by their own strength of gravitational magnetic field. Do not forget, when we speak about field of tritium, we pass the point of liquid plasma. If you remember, I taught you very simply. Now, this invisible ghost becomes the end of weapon technology. What does this mean? Let's share knowledge. Let's end up with a tool of war. You made tritium with the liquid gans of it. You put the tritium with the water in the core. If you remember, I'm fed up of staying in hotel rooms for making peace for man. Here, put 2 measure. Here you put 1 measure. Here you make 4 measures. Here you make 8 measures. The same container. The rest filled up with liquid plasma. If you rotate this one physically, you know what you get. You get that center point. The center point, if you turn this one, it will be a center point. It will be a center point here and a center point here. In rotation, the strength of this here will be 1. The strength of this will be 2, 4, and 8. You put this with this in the right order, you will make the plasma to move internally. The higher pressure pushes this to move. Once this getting to move, so this, so this. You need no motors. the fields in the center are created. Hollow principle, and all you need is to do one thing, to find a way to carry this out. The strangest thing will be anything here will become dynamic. If you have chosen H3, you achieve a huge jamming system. If you have put H2, you achieve solidification. And if you have put H on its own, then you'll find out a vacuum gap of communication. You create a vacuum condition of fields. Now you understand. When you go to the structure, I feel sorry for those who get stuck from now on. In the structure of the reactors, you have a star formation 3. If you manage to place a reactor in between each one, that is, this makes this, if you understand it in a way, should be one here. If you make this blue reactors of deuterium, you create a floor for your spaceship. Deuterium is solid condition gravitational magnetic field. And if you increase this to H3, the field will cover hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Goodbye to every military weapon technology. Total cost of this system will be less than $1,000. It can be left in a suitcase. Nobody will know. It can be left in a box. Nobody will know. It just works internally and silences every weapon. It cannot be used for harming because it just balances. It cannot harm. If you use total tritium in all your reactors, something strange will happen inside the ship. You walk it, you become man of peace. You direct it, you make a man of peace. Don't forget, tritium is a giver. And what you're short of, because this is a fundamental strength, it gives that it can be received by what is short of. This is the only solution we see to overcome the problem which exists on this planet. Tritium is the answer to the shortage which is needed. And I have shown you from the first day how to make CH3. That's the reason. I warned American forces and I warned American military very heavily. People of the Keshe Foundation have access to CH3, and all of you around the world, if you can manage the GANs of CH3 and then extract the center field that it cannot be seen, but the fields will be of the of the tritium. You create three conditions at the same time. The men who come across it will receive every desire in what they need because it fulfills the emotion of the man. No man will touch the arm. In the process of conversion of tritium, in giving so much, it becomes deuterium. And with it, solidifies every chip. Which means no gun shall fire. Present weapon technology obsolete. All the spacecrafts which are made for bombing will become birds, metal birds which are promised. And all the ships will be the same. Total cost less than maybe $20. You can paralyze the most advanced weapon technologies of the world. If need be, we have to do, because we are men of peace. Deuterium and tritium, two do things. Elevate the soul of the man, and the other one, if used the right way, solidifies every weapon technology. Two ways. It changes the carbon, but you have to use it extensively at a high speed, that it can span hundreds of kilometers. Those of you who are in America, and you know how to make tritium and deuterium, you can literally bring your nation to peace. If your wish is, and in less than a week you can do the job, the president will sign for peace because he has no choice. He has no arms to fight with. Those supporters of Keshe Foundation in Jewish state, in Israel, make as much deuterium and tritium as you like. You disarm your nation to peace. Don't forget, everything comes from hydrogen. Everything comes from that basic structure. Every deuterium you put into one element, you make a new element. You take a deuterium, you have the deuterium, becomes a helium. Then add another deuterium, it becomes another element, and then another element, deuterium, and then another deuterium, carbon, oxygen. Now you understand. By combination of deuterium and the ratio, you can build, can make any element in the universe. But there is one thing left. The space gap which you create, you call it neutron, in plasma does not exist. That is why, if you go back to my teachings very, very long time ago, I said when it comes to the plasma, for example, nitrogen, take 20% off, 30% off. Because in plasma of nitrogen, there is no physical matter of neutron. And more or less, 20% extra neutrons gives you the plasma weight. Now you understand why I explain take so many 50% off, because when you have so many deuterium, you have created matter state of a space cap in the matter state, but in the plasma state you don't have it. So in fact, the only thing you calculate is the deuterium level. There are no neutrons. Now you understand more why I was telling you take it 30%, 40% off. Because surplus energies which are not converted even into neutron are within the boundaries of the plasma of ganses. So now you understand, those of you who've been around, I've been telling you, for example, when it comes to copper, take 20% off the weight of it. The mass, magnetic gravitational field mass is 20% less than 60, it's around 50. Because it's roughly the number of free neutrons in mathematical physical dimension which we think could be as an energy or converted into particle as a neutron exists, depending on the ratio. Now you understand how all my teachings come together. So if you want to elevate the soul of the man and then at the same time stop the weapons, count how many deuterium cores you need to make, or how many tritium deuterium cores you need to make. A lot. And a lot. And if you ratio load them, they start moving, and once they start moving, they move each other, and the whole circus starts. It'll take us less than a month to disarm all the armies. Not to disarm, they're there, they're beautiful, gorgeous guns, they're most beautiful aircraft carriers, but they cannot shoot a single bullet. Russians' technology, which paralyzed, and the Iranian technology, which paralyzed the most advanced defense technology of the United States in past 2-3 years, we've seen it in past 4 years, plays with the matter state fields. What I've just taught you plays with the plasma field, which is much stronger and is not reversible. Because if you listen, when the magnetic field comes, the system jams, and then when you move the magnetic field, it comes back again. But this time, if you work with the plasma, the change is permanent. Once you become a man of peace, you cannot walk back because you already learned the strength to absorb. I tell you one thing, Italians will have a hard job driving because they can't twist their arms anymore because they'll never get angry, everything is hunky-dory. And the high-tempered driving will go through the window because they're all happy to just drive, to enjoy to drive. So, if you understood, I've taught you the weapon technology of peace. But if you use it correctly, it becomes a tool of energy. If you use it correctly, it becomes tool of space. If you use it in a right order, shall feed man for a lifetime. I've come to make peace, and I'll make peace. Even means I have to destroy everything man has made to destroy himself. Because he should have nothing to start with anyway. I make man to be ashamed to carry a gun by elevating his soul. No other way. Because that way he becomes peaceful. Make as much tritium and deuterium as you can, understand the ratio, and understand you have to take energy from the center of it, not from the liquid plasma of it. And then if you know how to do that, and you have managed to do it, you manage to create as many electrons and protons as you like, and then you manage to create energy sources, and then you can manage to convert carbon to diamond, a conductor to a resistor. Those of you who work from the basic up to carbon, you find out most of the weapon technologies will cease to work. I have shown it and I can show it in one show. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. There was a question, but I believe that it was just answered by you. Lynn asks, Mr. Kesh, can you please explain how tritium can dismantle the arms, how this works? That was basically...
Deuterium has two systems on it. One is itself, which has to give energy, and one itself, by giving its energy, become deuterium. In one way, elevates the soul if you look at it, and when it becomes deuterium, it solidifies the guns. You got to understand something very special. Plasma, in conversion to feeding the matter state, solidifies the matter state. Plasma in interaction with the live plasma, which is the soul of the man and the body of the man, it elevates it. It's a very two different things you have to understand. A gun, a chip, is a matter state. So he accepts the fields which fits into his matter and changes his matter state, its orientation. The soul of the man and the body of the man are in the plasma state, are in the Ganser state. So when they receive the energy from the plasma of the tritium, it elevates them, it increases their power to the point that they don't need anymore. They don't divide, they reach a point of balance. And this is what you have to understand. This is what's got to be understood fully. Otherwise, you run into a very big problem. When you talk about the work of the plasma, with the plasma of the space of the time, of the energy of the body of the man, is the elevation. But if you work that plasma with the matter state, it's a conversion of the matter state.
Okay, we have a question, of course. Mr. Kesh, can you please repeat the fastest way to create tritium and deuterium?
Pardon?
Excuse me. Wolfgang asks, Mr. Kesh, can you please repeat the fastest way to create tritium and deuterium?
CH3, I've taught you very easily. CH3 is the fastest way to create tritium. And then if you go back in how you produced hydrogen, there are different ways of producing hydrogen. Then you put the two together, one is the matter state, one is the Ganser state. The two will lead to creation of deuterium in a very simple way. Creating deuterium, there are hundreds of different ways you can produce deuterium, but you have to understand, when you produce the Ganser of deuterium, plasma field of the deuterium, is totally different than just producing deuterium. You got to understand how the whole thing comes together. Any other question?
Achilles says, may I ask a question about the structure of the plasma? In the plasma of CH3, where C sits in the center, so C is the proton and
Excuse me,
H3 is the electron?
Stop. Can you twist your head one way or another, please? If you're talking about CH3, which you're talking about, is in a gas state. What you're describing is matter state CH3. So you're wearing two hats, you're confused, that's why you don't see it. In a plasma, all the energies are in one entity. In a matter state, you have three hydrogens and one carbon. This is what I tell you to be, you have to understand clearly which state you're working in. In the plasma state, which you produce, which is a gas state, is one entity. It's not three things hanging on top of separate and one in the middle. The confusion of understanding the science is your problem. I can explain it to you very easily. I've seen a lot of people making this mistake, and then they think they're right, and then they don't understand. When you speak CH3 in a chemistry, you're right. You have this. Yeah? When you speak about the plasma, is this. The plasma of the carbon, the plasma of a hydrogen of three different strings, but all in one cup. All as one. Field produced as one plasma. This is the difference. You're trying to describe this, and you're trying to see what happens here. It doesn't work. This is a matter state. This is a plasma state. There are no three hydrogen, because here the energy fields are all here. They're all part of one. When you get the GaNs of carbon, CH3, you don't see this as you see in chemistry. You see one GaNs, one entity. So the problem is you have to define. You cannot be, as the Arabs call it, the ostrich, camel bird. They say if you're a camel, where is your hump? It says I'm a bird. They say if you're a bird, why don't you fly? It says I'm a camel. Understand what you're describing, then it becomes very easy. Because in this process, you talk, we don't talk, we finish with this. This is gone. This is a history of the past. Understand the language. Then it's become very easy to work. It's one energy. There you have four items.
Mr. Cash, David states, in order to make a free plasma, it's my understanding that you create a space for this to occur, such as using an empty ball that you surround with a GaNs. that through the rotation of the GANs around the empty ball, that a free plasma will form within the ball. Is this correct?
Can you repeat again?
Okay. In order to make a free plasma, it is my understanding that you create a space for this to occur, such as using an empty ball that you surround with the GANs. That through rotation of the GANs around the empty ball, that a free plasma will form within the ball. Is this correct?
No. But in a way, again, it's the same story as what you're talking about here between the solid states, and you describe it. You describe half of the story, but then you fit you to bring another half from somewhere else.
It's sort of part way there to what we're trying
No,
to get
totally.
to.
That's where the confusion comes. This is part of the what we have to sort out.
You've mentioned the term, the
This is
schizophrenia we have as humans, basically, with this problem of continually seeing things in the matter level.
Yeah, so what happens? Let's do it this way. This is the GANs. You have a region of the water, and then you have an area of emptiness, where the emptiness comes from the field pressure from here. This is like a jumping plate. You know, like a trampoline. The frame of the trampoline are the matter state. The waters are the canvas and the spring, and you jump in the center of the canvas. They elasticate the springs. These fields, by their push and pull, create this vacuum here. Which means there is much more strength here that it can keep these apart there. This field strength here is so much that it can keep all these apart here. In most of the systems we have seen, ganses become like a band in the center. In very, very few systems we've seen the ganses covering the whole of the ball. That is where the correct field forces come into operation. Where you see the ganses on the side as a band, it shows that other gravitational field, magnetic fields play game into the system. It's not all ganses. Earth gravitational magnetic field, the motor which you run it, plays a field on it. On the matter state, pressure field forces on the gans. So when you take an empty cup and you put some gases in it and some liquid, this empty cup becomes this here. You can take it out after you run your gases here, and you put with it just the plasma water here, that you enforce this to be in, and you can take this ball out. This is your new field plasma. I have bought what do you call it? A ball for this job. Because you have to be inside If you look at it, what all you're doing is what we told before. You remember? This plays to electron and this stays a neutron, a proton. All you do, you take the seed, the strongest part out of the system. What you should see, a creation of vapor or liquid or like water around it. But you have to make sure that the field strength stays in. This is what we thought last couple of weeks. This is the new energy system, much stronger than you have ever seen. To you it's empty, but it's exactly what the minister said. It's just water. The only time you're going to see its strength is when you put it next to the other. And then see how they space each other. And then you will see how the field around them will create auras, lightning, huge powers. Otherwise, this is exactly as I repeated. In Eindhoven, I put in a box and it said empty box of the universe. It's full of fields. You had a problem to go from the GANs to GANs, water, liquid plasma. Now you have to go into the field plasma. And this is the ultimate. There is no matter state to touch this. There's nothing. It's so pure. And then, because of his energy, now for the first time I understand why, when you look at the UFOs, those 3 spots underneath are so bright and they're transparent. You see them. You should not see these lights in the outside. But, in fact, inside is these empty plasmas. The field plasmas. Is exactly, if you have understood, when we look at the structure of the atomic structure on the heavy electronic systems, we see a fuzzy light running around the center, and we call that the electron. Because inside it, when we took the electron out of the mother, the center, out of the neutron, it is the pack of energy. So it's so powerful that it creates light around it. So you shall see. Now you understand, when you create space reactors, there should be nothing in it. And I said it in Eindhoven. Empty box of the universe. And I showed it, when you touch the blocks, you get the energy out of it, but the inside is empty. There it was a static. Here is dynamic. And because you put it in there, it already rotates. You got to learn one thing. Trust your soul. Trust your instinct. If you come to this level and understand, then you can put these aside. This is what I was teaching the students from the motions. You take it from your soul and the energy of it will shine. Because inside this is your soul, and its interaction with the environment will create light. If you create deuterium, you get solid floors. You have to understand how it works. I explained this to recently. You have deuterium, and then you have deuterium. These are the 18 and 9 in the middle, and then you have your 3-star formation. If you look, we always said, when 3 fields come in, you get solidarity, you get solid state. So now here, you get a matter solid. But on the ground floor, because you have the same coming up, you create yourself floors. You can create floors by floors without anything, just by gravitational magnetic field forces. And then you have the shape of the craft, which is created by the dimension outside. Now you see how simple. If you understand it, even the solid surface of this planet is nothing but the illusion of the interaction of fields. If you can repeat what you walk on, you can create any shape craft with any floors you like. Solid to walk on. Maybe it's time to understand something new. But we've done this many times. The skin of the man has 3 layers. The interaction of these 3 fields gives the body of the man the physicality. Where in fact, this leads to the creation of this, and this leads to the creation of this. This is the inner skin, inner meat, flesh. But the interaction of this with this allows the surface of the skin to exist. So, in fact, you use the 3rd floor or the 3rd layer to create the physicality. All you're doing is replicating what the skin of the man does. Nothing else. You have one center reactor. You have floor, the middle reactor, and the 3rd one. You have physicality here. And then if you can repeat it, you create physicality as a floor here. So this, with the interaction of the other reactors here, creates the physical boundary, and then if you place it in the right way, you create floors. Have you seen anybody becoming concreting a Everest mountain? No. Have you seen anybody coming making the valleys? No. The field interaction dictates it, allows it. Our main aim is not to teach you how to make things. Our main objective at the moment is disarmament. And disarmament comes from understanding of the field. If you understand how matter is there, and you can create a field in reverse, even the guns will be empty. You can empty the bullets. The soldier thinks he's carrying something in it, but it's actually empty. Because the box of it, or what you call the shell of it, has taken a solid state, but inside is a solid state of the weaker, because it is in the powder form. You can fuse it in a very simple way. And all, without fail, have carbon in them. So it's the easiest way to get to. What is carbon? 6 electrons. It means you need 6 deuterium reactors. Or you need order of 6 by strength in respect to the 1 that to create a flow and solidify every single carbon in every strength. Or you create a condition that, because it's plasmatic, it changes the orientation. This is the secret of matter state with the increase of the energy to a diamond structure. We have in our structure carbon. Earth is full of carbon powder. Amazingly, atomic carbon. There's carbon everywhere. I want to show you something very interesting. I'm going to do it this way first. You see all these little dots, the black dots? These are all the carbons. On the combination of the pressure and flow of matter, because it's in the condition of the flow and the heat, some of the magma of the earth is in the plasma state. When this plasma state energy interacts with one of these carbons, what it does a fantastic thing. It makes a, as it comes out, it makes a popcorn of it. The surface, which is, if I get this, I have to explain this in a very fine detail that you understand. Now you're all atomic nuclear physicists, you can understand this very well. This is that little fine carbon, which the heat of the plasma of magma, which is the energy free transfer like a GANs. When it hits this, it has to go through a process. The heating goes back, makes the let's make this carbon like this, a big. Does the Chinaman job. You remember the Chinaman job? Nano coats its surface. And then due to the rapid heat of transfer, this nano layers pop up to a gas, and then the centerpiece stays. And then what you get due to the cooling is exactly where you put, like you go through the gas, you put a hot plate in, and then you put a hot water with caustic in it, nano coats it, and then when it goes through the heat conversion on the sudden chill of the moisture, becomes a popcorn. There is your diamond. And if you're a diamond dealer, when you buy a diamond stone, you always see there's so much black in it. The black is the seed, comes from here. It's like a popcorn, you know, when you get a corn and you put it on a hot plate, it just opens up, but you always have that little hard bit in the middle. It's not all soft. In the diamond, that piece is there. That's, we call it the mother in diamond business. So what we do in diamond business, we somehow find a way to cut it out. If this is the diamond, so what we do, if you look at it the other way, and the mother is there, what they do in the diamond business, they cut this mother out. This is what they call flawless diamond, or you see VVS, very, very small piece there. They can't cut it up because they can't then cut the diamond the shape they like, it stays somewhere in there. The same process goes back in the work of converting microchips in missile with all these tiny little legs. When you give it the field, these all popcorn, the carbon covers of your chips. What they do, they become nano-coated first. So if they were conductors, now they become resistors. No chip can transfer any energy information. You see in your nano-coating, you can put in a 240 volt and you still hold it. This is what you do with the chips with the plasma. Because the chip is in the matter state, and now you introduce the field state to it, there it goes, millions of dollars of making a chip to kill. Now this is a chip to fry. A lot of money burned on it. Total cost, $1. I think the man will go back to sword and arrow, and then before he gets there, he finds out we've done this, is no good, we go back for peace. That's where it's going to end up. This is where I'm taking you. Creating deuterium field plasmas. This is this, sir. Now you understand, I have given man the most powerful energy system in the universe. This is why we keep on telling you the present power supplies, we are creating a lot of energy. Now you know where it comes from. And then, if you transfer it across, you can feel it. You remember that song? It says, bye bye, goodbye, hello happiness. It's time to be happy. Cost less than $1 to bring the most advanced ships on the high seas onto hold. It costs nothing to drop as many birds of the skies. But I'll tell you one thing, go back to what I said. The intention of the soul carries with it, cannot be used as a weapon. So man will understand. Now you understand why when I tell you that my technology has been in the hand of Iranians and others and nobody has been harmed with it, because by the nature of his work, by the nature of the structure, it cannot harm no soul. Matter state does not transfer into the plasma state. Body of the man, the soul of the man is in plasma state. Only takes what it needs, saturates to peaceful condition. It's the matter state which changes. So the conductor becomes a resistor, so the chip is no good, the legs do not transfer any more energy. You remember what we said from the beginning? Maybe now a lot of you understand exactly what I'm talking about. Makes sense to a lot of you. You remember we said, this is your plug, and you put your maggrav system here, and then it goes into your maggrav system, and then you connect the maggrav system to your fridge or whatever. And remember what we said from the beginning? If you take the wires of your line, you'll see them all nano-coated black. Yeah? And all become resistive. 20 mega ohm. You remember? Now you understand what happens to the leg of the chip. The plasma does this job. So goodbye. I advise the American government very fast to come to a peaceful agreement, otherwise they'll be eaten up. Now I open the weapon of peace. Now you can see, but it's been right in front of you from day one. What did I say from the beginning? If you put a maggrav system in a plug and then you go and check the wiring sometime later, you see them all nano-coating, which means they don't need the covering, which means they become resistive. These things are all made of copper. They need to be done. Now you understand the weapon technology is finished. I'll read you something very interesting, just come in. And I answer you in public, you understand. It says, I'm wondering why you singled out Australia in this way. I can only think that it would make it impossible to convince the Prime Minister to take up your technology. My advice is all the countries will go there. He won't be the only one. My advice is that not only Australian ambassador, Prime Minister will go to the website, everybody else will go to the website. And the beauty of it is the government will start looking. They already have looked, they already know who we are, where we are. But at the moment we have only Australia refusing. Then we have more nations refusing. So they all have to be done. This is not singling out. This is the first one who's come in. We are not singling out nobody. We are singling out the human race to become peaceful. It is very interesting. We have made a warmongers. It's the first nation who are. Only thing is to say, no, we sign, we move you to the peaceful nations. That's all it is. It's not blame and shame. Is for the world leaders to understand that peace needs it. It's very interesting. It's coming in from our webmasters that somebody else has posted this. Australians have been really hit hard with this. They want the word to be changed. Nations respond to two reasons. Every nation that want to respond. Excuse me, webmasters, can you put this on the main side? This comes from Germany. You are a warmonger if you're not a peacemaker. It's a very straightforward. You see, the discussion starts, and now we don't need to defend. We have to understand the purpose of our work. I chose this warmonger very clearly because it touches the soul of the man. It touches man to think. You are a warmonger if you're not a peacemaker. You can't stand on a neutral base if you are a minister, if you're a prime minister. You see that the whole thing is, now write to the Prime Minister of Australia, says, you've been called a warmonger. Can you stand this, or would you like to clarify your point? If you find 2 hours to fly, you arrange to fly halfway around the world to go to a funeral of a president or a prime minister or Mandela, spend 12 hours on a flight, go and bury the wars. Go and celebrate or attend the funeral of wars. That's all it is. We want to bury fighting. We want to bury wars. Ministers, prime ministers, presidents, kings find time to go to a funeral when another king or a head of a state dies. They mourn for it. Let them go and celebrate the death of war. I'll tell you something, if you're not Jewish, if you're Jewish, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All the Jewish guys, most of the Jewish guys carry a hat in the back of the car. You know why? At least the ones I know in Manchester, all of them do without failure. They all have a hat in the car. What we call a soup bowl. You know what I'm talking about. Do you know why they carry it? If they have to go to a funeral, because if you're a Jew and you die, they have to bury you by sunset. So they're always very ready to go for funeral. So are the world presidents and the leaders. If they can take the government off, if today President Trump dies, all the world leaders find a way, cancel occasions to go to America to see him buried. How come they can't find time to bury wars? They have another engagement. I wonder what would they say to the American government, to the next president, sorry, we didn't have time to come for the funeral. Sorry, you're not getting our contracts. This is the death of wars. Every president, every prime minister should make time for it. if they mean they're not warmongers, if peace is their agenda, or as I said to a diplomat, is the war the mistress of the world leaders where they enjoy themselves more? They talk peace at the front and they have a mistress in the back which gives them more pleasure by killing. They are warmongers. It's very easy. Instead of telling us to change, call, write to the Australian Prime Minister. This is your response, it's on the net. We can find time to go for a funeral of a government leader, find time to go for a funeral of war. I tell you, sometimes it turns out very nasty. Those of you who know about the history of Iran, this created most of the downfall of the Shah. A few years before he goes, he organized a huge celebration, 2,500 years of Iranian monarchy. And he get these soldiers made like 2,000 years ago, and horses and the long beard and everything else. Most of you who are old enough remember. It was a celebration for a couple of weeks. All the schools closed. We had to watch this beautiful tent set up for everything else. The Queen of England wanted to snub the Shah, that you're not a king, I'm the only queen. So, out of her arrogance, sent the Princess Anne to Tehran. Iranian took it as insult, but they addressed it very fine. Anne in Farsi means, excuse my French, shit. So they said the shit is here. When a queen does not have time to respond with another, he gets mud in it. If a president, prime minister, does not have time, other engagements than peace, then he does not deserve to be a prime minister. Because the job of a minister, prime minister, war leader is to establish peace for his nationals under any circumstances, even if it means to go to the other side of the world. Sorry, sir, prime minister, it's your job to find time in that day to be at the funeral of war. So you're a warmonger unless you change position. I'm making sure I don't get visa to Australia, but it doesn't matter, it brings peace. My friend in Australia, let the Prime Minister listen to this part. We'll cut it out and send it to you that you can give it to him. The prime position, the prime object of any world leader has to be peaceful, peace nation, that he can spend his time and his money in elevating the soul and the physicality of his nation. If peace gives that, he has to spend all his time. Not he does not have time. I wonder what is up to on the 2nd and 3rd of August. Watching a golf game or going to a football match. It's the responsibility of every world leader to be there. Otherwise they are warmongers, that's all. It's very clear, I chose that word, I asked it to be put there. Start sending these, and if you like, send them the link. Would you like to stay on a warmonger or would you like to be a peaceful maker? They will respond. It's the story of Nobel. He read his obituary and he thought he understood what they are thinking about him, and it created Nobel Prize to cover the mess. The killing he was producing by the machines he was selling, or the tools was selling. Sorry, I have to apologize. On the books of Keshe Foundation, Australian Prime Minister stays as a warmonger nation, a person. It's you Australians who got to change it. You don't like it, we know we are very powerful. We got a lot of followers in Australia. Give the link to him, says please read, how can you change this? Find time, We buy you a private jet, we give you time, we pay for it, the nation will pay for it. Whatever it is you're doing on the 2nd of August, get yourself to Israel, just sign the paper and fly back quick. The hot plate will still be hot. If the world leaders don't have time, other engagement for peace means that engagement is selling arms and killing. It can't be any other thing because it's more important to them. I hope the Prime Minister of Belgium will not refuse it, because then we know what is up to. This is the basis I'm pushing the world governments to move, because we have to make sure we don't have time for wars. We want peace, but this time we have the tools of peace. As I'm speaking now, I'm getting information in the background. Team of scientists have got together, designing, government scientists designing the Keshe Foundation factory. Not us anymore. And the clicks you hear in the background is them telling me, can you stop teaching for a few minutes, we have to discuss. Government officers, officials, scientists are designing the next generation of the Keshe Foundation factories worldwide. This is where we are moving. You want me to read it for you? I'll read it for you in 1 second. This is what I call the beauty of what is coming up, and people don't understand. Text is very simple. Mr. So-and-so has given us the layout of the factory. This is the government officials. They are giving us the total layout. This is how they want to see the factory to be done. Sorry, I had to interrupt, but this will come every day we go. Please start writing. As we are talking, as you are listening, please write to as many embassies, as many ambassadors, as many presidents as you can see, Africans, Asians, anybody you can get, and send them as many. You're invited, and then tomorrow, 2 days later, we say, are you a warmonger? You cannot come. When they come, they submit. We are not doing the United Nations game. And we are not giving prizes like the Nobel Prize. Have you noticed the Nobel Prize? Anybody, any world leader who's received the Nobel Prize has been the biggest murderers. Yasser Arafat, Obama, all the Israeli leaders. If you look, all the murderers have got the Nobel Prize. The ones who killed more, they got it more often. Prize, because it's actually, if you look at it, it's the essence of it. It came from dynamite, it came from killing. So it actually does, it praises the same people. It's under the disguise of giving a prize. And then they share it, Yasser Arafat with the Israeli Prime Minister for peace talk, and they killed more, and they're still killing each other. It'll be a fantastic time to see Netanyahu hugging and truly kissing Rouhani on the steps of the Mount Carmel. I wonder how many Jewish lobby guys pull their hair out in Senate. There it goes, the big military contract with Saudi Arabia. We'll see a lot of bold Jewish guys walking around the Senate very soon. But it's easy. All it is, Saudi Arabia says, I will give you the money, but make tools of peace with it. We wait till you change condition. Don't withdraw the finances. We still need to keep jobs in the United States. Because if they're happy, we are all happy. If we can keep everybody else happy with it. If Saudi Arabia gives 10 billion to 12 African nations, it will change their life in Africa. I'll tell you how you're going to manage with the Prime Minister of Australia. It's very simple. That in peace means loving, and loving means a lot of prosperity for your nation. Show him the use. In the next few days, we start showing huge support internationally for Keshe Foundation. I'm traveling around the world in the past few days and in the coming time, just trying to structure peace, but through the elevation of the knowledge of the science of technology. And I think it should be the job of every Keshe Foundation, job of every member of the council and the Earth Council. You have time. Work on it. There is a lot of fear what they are going to do. The only fear we have is what our children going to do if we don't find peace. I showed you how you can paralyze. It's on the table. You've had this. It's nothing new. You know this knowledge from 2 years ago. When you saw the wires in the wall going black. You think it's going to be any different when you put a heavy plasma conversion? It's like a hot heater, like you create a Chinese pan. You think it's going to be any different on the microchip levels of the weapon technology, missiles or aircraft carriers? Not at all. Exactly the same. They are made of copper. The biggest weakness in the whole structure of military is the coppers they've used for every electronic piece. And the smallest strong field of plasma nanocoat them. They cannot work if they are isolated. They have to pass the information through these legs that the weapon can fire. All these, if you look at the microchip, it's just like this. Without these, oh, I touched something, it got excited. Look, I can move this. I'm going to go back there. One thing it is, if this is a chip, it has these legs, you remember? Now they're nano-coated. They have to be copper to be able to transfer information. Nano-coated, they're no good. Chip as good as not being there. And when they cannot pass information, they cannot even fire. So none of them can even blow in their cages. We have made a tool of peace even for the weapon itself. High plasma nanocodes so rapidly. And I always told you, plasma nanocoating is one of the best. Now we have a snooker. Now you had all the knowledge, I just put it in front of you. Now you see how simple it's become. You created that field of the plasma, and that field of plasma has a chip in between, and all has chips, all goes paralyzed. The problem with the Russians, when they use it, they did not intensify it because there's a problem with this. They have to directionalize it that their own crafts does not get it. This is the problem with it. They have found a way to directionalize the fields of the plasma. Don't forget, they themselves carry electronics, huh? And electronic shielding of a plasma is extremely easy. You can do it with absolute ease. I've taught that to the Iranians. So simple. When you have an aircraft flying, you make the bottom side as a spread of a shield. So any craft underneath of it is within the range of it. Comments. You see, the beauty of it is when we captured the American spy plane, the American made it to damage itself, but when we opened the chip, because it wasn't damaged, the only thing was to ignore the nano-coated part, no, it's a conductor. The application of the chips was very easy. You know how you do it. You take number of huge MRI close sections. You see the whole pattern. Now, the Americans know how chips can be copied. What they do, you put the chip in a very strong MRI, and like your brain, you scan it section by section, and in the thickness, and you modify it. Now you see all the connections, everything matches up. Then you can replicate it. The only problem was that, what do you call it, the destruction buttons in the craft did not go off. They made a very, very stupid mistake, is that even the destruction buttons all have a copper connections. So that's why we could capture the American plane so easily. Because if you jam electronic, the other parts still work with it if it does. This way, because you nano-coat everything instant, you literally fry it with the plasma. And it's exactly what you do with a caustic. You know, you put a caustic and you hang it, the steam coat it, all goes black. That's what it does, but you do it with the plasma. It doesn't touch the pilot, it doesn't touch the human beings. They walk away peaceful. And we saw it. Nobody saw it. When the American, 27 American military walked out of the ship and said they don't want a war, because what came and touched the fields of the chips that could not communicate, it touched their souls. They became man of peace. This is what I told you. Now you understand. The example of it is Donald Duck, as we call it. The most advanced ship, the officers walked out because the field elevated the souls, but the same field literally nano-coated everything else in the ship. No harm. When we listen to the news, we look at it different than you listen to the news. We look at the facts and the data in a way scientifically makes sense. Why should 27 people walk out? They don't want a war anymore. And what they said, the government can't protect us, but they became men of peace. You know, in America, people are producing, factories producing arms. I'll drop a few hundred of these CO2 gases on it. What do you call it? The plasma, field plasmas on them. Around the place, just in the car, drive around. 10 cars with 10 of them running. You become more peaceful and people in there start walking out. Nobody wants to make a gun anymore. I met, as I told you, in Farnborough, the head of weapon strike technology. And after a lot of talks with each other, he said, you know, I'm walking away from weapon technology because I've understood the message of Baha'u'llah. Somebody told me about the Baha'i faith and I cannot touch weapons. Now I know the truth. If a message of a prophet changes a man not to fight at such a high level, imagine what we can do with the soul of the man. They are even giving a message. Maybe my cult will be a peace cult and we just use plasma to elevate the soul of the man. but not the hippie ways, the true way. As I said, I open more and more weapon technology of peace, and I show you example right in front of you. The plug has been there. Now you know what you can do with the other ones. Now you know how to create a massive, massive deuterium cores. If I was American leaders or the governments who are in the weapon technology, I run to sign the peace treaty before it becomes an embarrassment that I can't sell any more weapons because they are useless. If you understand what to do, and you understand, you can use a softer way of plasma deuterium or tritium. It's just put it around like a traffic lights on the streets. People continuously receive what they need. The calmness, the sereneness, and then at the same time, because the soul gets elevated and it orders, the food becomes a thing of a past. There's a lot to do. My battle at the moment are two people and see how we can get these two elevated. Please write to all the embassies. If you have time, write to every president and embassy. Just the embassies. There are 199 embassies multiplied by the in every other country. Let's say it's about 150 embassies in each country. If there is 100, that's about 15,000 of them. No, yeah, 15,000 embassies to write to, and there's about so many Keshe Foundation followers. You can bombard it. We want you to be there by peace. And we put on the warmongering till you come and say, we're coming for peace, we change you to peacemakers. But this time peace has to be the real way. And we have found our first supporter to encourage, the Prime Minister of Australia. They use lies to create war. We showed them the truth and shame them. They walk into the peace. I was passing Vatican today, and I saw people destitute, hungry, in cardboard boxes again. And I thought, when the Pope is going to walk and see these people and say, you can have one of the houses here. In Vatican at the moment, they're kicking everybody out because the rent is better from public than they're giving them cheaper to their own priests. And the priest serving a lifetime becoming homeless. In cardboard boxes like Vatican. I'm going to go and take you some pictures hopefully tomorrow when I go to Vatican, and you will see how truth it is. The richest religion in the world, within 5 meters from its boundary of its nation, people in cardboard boxes begging for food. It does not feed. I'm in Rome. I'll show you the pictures hopefully tomorrow, the day after. And I wonder how many people more destitute are living in boxes around the world, around the churches. Buildings empty without soul. Any other question? Maybe I'll go there tonight, because nighttime is a cold time. They all come literally by the borders of the Vatican in the window sills. And tomorrow teaching I'll post it for you, you can show it. Less than 5 meters from Vatican. Actually, they are part of the Vatican. Inside the Vatican boundary, people in cardboard boxes, the true, and they are Christians as well, they are not Jews or Muslims that they don't feed them. It's time for peace, not only in the borders, which that shall be none, but in the soul of the man. I made my mission and I'll achieve it.
Mr. Kesh, there's a question Gunther asked. Can we organize a special workshop how to make properly the H2, H3? Is this a good idea or shall we wait?
Of course, if it does help you to do it, of course. I told you don't make any more ganses, don't do anything. If you can do it. I tell you something else you can do without doing it. Understand the brain of the man is made of such a structure.
Okay, that's a really big clue, I think.
More than a clue. More than a clue.
So we can work with our own ganses, but not with our ganses, I guess you could say.
In a way, in so many ways. You were talking this morning, you cut diamond with diamond. So it needs the soul of the man to reach under the soul. By the way, in the real true diamond business, we don't cut diamond with diamond, we polish with the diamond. We cut with copper.
That's right, yes. Thank you for that clarification now that you say that.
No, because I used to be a diamond business. We don't cut diamonds with diamonds, we polish it with it. But we cut with very thin discs of copper.
Yes. So it's more the polishing process.
Yeah.
I guess the diamond has to be already roughed out or whatever.
Yeah. They cut it, but it's a very fine job.
Does
you know
it
how
take
you know how to make a white diamond out of a black diamond? Cut the mother diamond out. It becomes black. The true black color is essence of mixture of gases. I wonder if we can do that with our presidents and the prime ministers. Just cut the black part out.
Does it take a diamond cutter to do that job?
Yeah, what it is, I was explaining this earlier on, I just explained it. The diamond, when we get the diamond, when you hold the diamond in hand, diamonds have different shapes. By the shape of it, you know if it's from a river, or it comes from the volcanic eruption, or it comes from the sea, or it comes from the land digging. I used to hold it and I could tell which rivers, which part of the world they come from. I used to do it as a pleasure, and you are 80% right. Because each river rolls a stone different, the cut of the stone is different, the explosion of the carbon to a diamond is different. And then in that process, you get, if this is a stone, there is a mother somewhere. We cut the mother out and then we shape the cut to it. And if you have a very fine gas dot in it, you have a pink diamond, the gas which creates a pink color is here, for example. You have a beautiful pink diamond and the cutter by mistake cuts this gas out and the stone turns white, loses its color. The stone drops by value quite drastically and the diamond cutter loses its job.
So is that the black spot is like the physicality, you might say?
Yeah, it's the seed. It's where they started. Life starts at it. Most of its surface has become nano and then it explodes into a gas, then it becomes GANs. I found a lot of similarity in diamond world and in my research when I was working many times. That's what it is. If you look in the center of it, when you look at these ganses you hold, if you look at one gans, let's say CO2 gans you're holding, you see a white. But if you look inside it, there is a black spot. It's not all white. There is inside it, in the center, there is a black spot, because in fact the black, in so many ways, is a black hole. It's the center of the control. It's the same position. Nothing changes. In the gas, the matter stays outside because we can't see it. Once man educates himself, you'll find this black spot in there. That's the electron again. You can extract it. In the world of creation, everything is exactly the same. It just needs the insight to understand this. Can you please work very fast, all of you, and get the response from all the presidents, and let's put them all in the warmongering and see which one of them races to be back on the top. How many of you have sent any messages out since we've been online today? Any?
I am.
What's happening here? Is that Caroline?
Yes, and repeated many times. So I'm assuming that that echo meant something.
I know she is. She's a little cutie chap. She doesn't give up. We got to, and we have to push for peace. It's the only chance human race has for a long, long time. I'll send you a picture tomorrow when I come back from Vatican after our meeting with the Iranian ambassador. And then I'll send you a picture from Vatican with all the poor people sleeping around.
I'm back, but without a hello.
Yes.
You can hear me? I'm sorry for that. I just want to inform you, there is one of the dignitaries in the United States receiving the doctor's, what we say, he has a brain cancer. And Trump and Hillary and Obama, they're all on Twitter, twittering. And I've been sending them the connection with the peace letter and inviting them to sign the peace treaty. So I already reached 3 tonight.
Can you explain?
I have to move around. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. It is stated that, I can't recall his name. Just give me 1 second, please.
There was a cancer found inside John McCain, which is a long-held senator of the United States in Texas, I believe. And they found a brain cancer on Friday. They operated for a blood clot, which they thought it was, and instead they found it was a brain cancer. So the administration has been taking to Twitter to express their condolences.
Has he died?
Not yet.
Not yet. He's
You don't send condolences if he's still alive.
No, they are praising him. And wishing his family and kids all the best of luck in this process of illness. And I just bumped into it and I just made sure they received the invitation to come and sign the World Peace Treaty in Haifa.
Yeah, I've got some other news too that just happened by coincidence 3 hours ago exactly on the news here, which is when our workshop started for this part. I'll just put it out. Let me post it because it's interesting.
You don't need me to screen off. In the background, any of you sending to anyone, just let us know. Just come online. This is yours, not ours. This is us who's got to bring what you call peace on the table. What is this?
This shows the headlines on the CBC News 3 hours ago. Trump reportedly ending the CIA plan to arm the Syrian rebels. The troubled secret program is to be phased out, according to the Washington Post.
This is how always been.
They're halting the years-long program.
Yeah, what happened? They find people, they arm them, and then these people become big-headed, and then they become their enemies as well. Now they have to find what they armed the beginning. You got to understand the present president of Libya. This guy was pushed by the British to go and create coup d'etat in Libya when Gaddafi was on. They captured him, they put him in prison. The British did a deal with him, they got him out of prison in exchange for the guy who brought the plane down. Remember the Pan Am airline? He's exchanging the release for this guy's exchange, and then when they got rid of Gaddafi, they put the same guy back in to become the president now. The Libyan president is a British monarchy job, and the guy doesn't know what to do because he could never imagine to be. So he gets more outs and become bigger enemy for them. Understanding the world of war, politics is very dirty if you go back to the root of it. We've seen the same thing in other countries where they send people back in and they again till they get it, and these people they get back in, then they become big-headed, then they become the problem for them. We saw Al Qaeda, what's his name, Bin Laden was one of them. They arm them and then they can't control them because then these people think they are in charge, and then now they have to solve a new problem they created themselves trying to create another problem. If we look, all this thing, it's within 10 countries in the Middle East are holding, and they're just pushing because all the oil comes. The more richer country, oil country, the more war fear they create to drain them to buy more arms. The fear is the biggest problem they have created, and it's all Muslims. But tomorrow we see the real, very, very wealthy, and very, very, very wealthy who sleep next to the wealthy. The true picture of Vatican will be very interesting. And then you understand how world needs peace, because we bring peace to a lot of other people, not just armies. We need a lot of peace, a lot of time, and then we can need to spend the money and time in. It does not mean when we go to space it's going to be all honey and everything else. That brings another dimension of sorrows and joys, but at least not harming. You got to understand how much effort they put in destroying. It takes a lot of effort. I explained to you, since we explained how either way we lose or win the court case in Belgium, we're going to go to the next steps. Once we opened the discussion and we explained, Delanois and their team have gone into assassination group. They are organizing, and they have already organized a team to assassinate me and Caroline at any cost, doesn't matter what the outcome. Our security services in the background are informing us. They are due diligence working on assassination in one way or another, since they know the court case either it comes, we take it to the next step. And they put a lot of effort into it. They made a lot of telephone calls, they are pushing a lot of people to make sure the judge has come under pressure to make verdict in a way that they can get something that they can start pushing. But we're informing you now, there is a planned assassination done. Mr. Dirk Laurens is part of it. Our assassination has been set out by them in past 2 weeks. Mr. Delano is spending all the forces they have in the police to assassinate me and Caroline. And Dirk Laurens is guiding them exactly where and what to do. It's the nature of his life. It's strange, you can talk about your own life and not have no fear of it. But they planned from the day we announced what we're going to do, either way we're going to take him up to the next case, they want to finish it. Mr. Delanois, I stay alive as long as I decide. You can go to hell with your king and Mr. Laurens. They have even planned the assassination of my son. That's how great Mr. Laurens is. To hell with you. We got everything, all the information and evidence. Any other question?
Well, Emmanuel says, I sent the peace letter to my Prime Minister of Malta.
And? He will sign it, he's a very nice guy.
I have a question, Mr. Kesh. This is Nicholas from the US. You've mentioned several times that this is a window, and this window for peace and is very special, and that there won't be another one for a while. Could you share with us why that is?
Vince, you have a picture, or some pictures were sent to you the night when we were looking at the UFO. We tried to get some pictures to you. Can you put that up?
Yeah, we showed it earlier in the first part of the workshop, but Rick, can you put that up for me?
You see, the way the lights came, it's what you don't see. You see this like a sphere you see on the screen now. It was like spheres passing, and then the next one coming, sequential part. And there were two other people who witnessed it, but they said they saw it earlier on before we saw it. And in so many ways, the day when the Universal Council and the members of the core team, they're all there, concentrating word by word, literally sentencing it. And this happening because it started before that. It shows the man is ready, but this time, if we give up, we've seen it 6,000 years ago when we did it the first time, but at that time there wasn't line of communication the way it is today. It got buried in the desert. Most of it got hidden by the Jewish rabbis. The same in South America, the same in Central Asia. Because it was so small, the communication wasn't further. Now it's global. The next step, if we fail, is going to be horrendous. Because if now we taught so much to man, now we open the door of universal community, universal knowledge to them, do you know what mayhem they're going to all create if the window doesn't shut? We shut everything down. If man does not move in a peaceful manner the way we expect it to do and the way we are elevating them in knowledge, we shut the place down. You will understand very soon. Isolation will force man to peace. But not isolation by pain, but isolation by literally showing man what they made mistake with. This time, you got to see what it is. It's a process of teaching. We have taught so much, we elevated the soul of the man so much, we elevated the knowledge of man in past 3 years, especially in past few months, is beyond imagination. If one day man understands the total knowledge I dispersed in past 6 months, past 12 months, Man has not gathered that in the whole of past 60, 70,000 years. We cannot risk it if it's used the wrong way or if it's not done the right way. We shut it down, and this time it will be shut because it has to, because this time the man will kill himself beyond. Because you know why? They think they have the right to do it, they have the more knowledge to, but they don't understand this technology cannot harm, but they will use it in different way that they elevate each other's soul in a wrong process, that it becomes elitism to the elite, because those who understand more, they will do things. You got to understand, a lot of people, yesterday I just received a text from somebody. Do you know in Turkey somebody is using your name, selling pens and pads? I was invention of Mr. Keshe on television. I said, what? In China, they're using my name like a water, selling all products to do with plasma and the health. So the other people who are doing the health system, they call it, they change the name not to get into conflict to quantum, but it's a plasma technology, they change name to it. But now they're going to push it back. Anybody submits anything as a quantum will be blocked. It's a plasma technology. We know things which are going in the background. So you can understand how many people are going beyond part of understand more than a few understand. The governments which are sitting behind. So the division, if it's not balanced now, it becomes so vast that we have to stop. Then there'll be a shutdown. Next time it'll be so, because you understand that a lot of souls are elevated, you reach the point of elevation, but you have no point of freedom with it, then we shut down. It's like it becomes a fire which will simmer inside itself. You got to understand, nobody will have a need for electricity, nobody have needs for food, nobody will have need for anything, and the society will burn inside itself. Because it needs to do something, and the leaders don't allow it to happen, because we won't open the universal community unless we get a total commitment of peace from every single nation on this planet. And not by commitment, by act. Very, very clear. Extremely clear. We shut everything down. The moment you try to take out of the space of this land, take the animosity out, the knowledge is so much. We just taught you a pinhead compared to the ocean of the knowledge of the universe. This is what I said, just a guy. They get big-headed because they've just been given some guns. We gave so much knowledge, and the knowledge I've given is beyond imagination. You haven't even understood 1/1,000,000th of what I've taught. But it's there. I thought in the future, your reference to it is there. And then you see the mayhem. It has to be done this way. You got to understand one thing. We've done this many times before, and it always worked. As I said, I had two choices. I explained this to Caroline many times in my talks. I love my wife, and I tell her many things in secrets of knowledge of man. We've done this many times before. I had a choice to teach over 20, 30, 50 years, 100 years, write books in code that nobody can understand as it unravels, or do a sharp teaching. 3 years, 5 years, and move millions, and then they follow. The following of the movement is this peace movement, because when the kings, when the presidents move toward the peace, then they have to explain to the people why, and then the technology comes out. And then because of it, they can justify everybody, everything is a peaceful. You don't have what, you will see what comes out within next 7 days. I'm taking flights in certain countries, you will understand what is going to come and what's going to hit. We've been told, do not talk till it comes out. We have governments coming out, scientists coming out, in the backing of the foundation. Some world leaders will follow us, will come in, not to lose face. I openly discuss my approach to the Pope, because I want to put his name on that shame list. My aim is that shame. My aim is not for him to sign a piece. Then people can see the true color of it. Because if it is, it's the same with Ayatollah Rouhani. My position, when I gave the piece, a roadmap to the Iranian ambassador, two red folders I gave to him, I said, this is for President Ahmadinejad, and this is for Ayatollah Khamenei. Because I know one should carry the other. It's a high risk. It's a very high risk. But from my point of view, from where I stand as a leading nuclear physicist, well known for my work, they have to respond. You got to understand, the last time, many of you know, I called on a Friday, on Monday I was in the house with the Pope, Vatican House. So it's when we are invited to the house of the Pope, not anybody gets done with one telephone call. They know who we are. I want the Pope to go on that. My wish, he says no. Do you know why? Vatican has no army, so peace must be its prime object. Yesterday I was sitting in a very public but privately speaking, one of the geniuses of, what do you call it, instrumentation. And two Americans came and made their way pretending to have two laptops open but the earphones hanging. We could see them, American intelligence, what we are discussing. If we are discussing something top secret. And by coincidence, I had to come online, and I was talking because you had a problem regarding the, what do you call it, Israel, in your letter. And you should have seen the way they were edging on their chairs, and I could hear them. I could hear the heartbeat. How can this guy talk about Arab Islamic world not accepting but going to the Mount Carmel because they won't accept the state of Israel? Oh, you should. The minute we left, they didn't know how to run out to do their work. The process of peace needs a lot of guts. And I've got all of it. I don't really care because I know the joys of it. Get out, do your work. We cannot fail. The only thing can fail is humanity failing themselves. 90% of the people, 99% of people driving in their cars, going home on the back of a donkey or in the Rolls Royces or in the Minis or on the bikes or whatever, know nothing about this technology. But they don't understand how it's going to touch their life, every single one of them. I have broader knowledge of universe, and man is a dot in the work of the universe. I'll get affected by it. We shot 6,000 years, and you see where it's got you to. This time we shot 60,000 years.
Mr. Cash, one more question that goes along with this. From so many different sources, this time now seems to be a opening into new possibilities. And for a while, the last 20 years or even less, we have seen a number of crop circles showing up. And they found that in the crop circles, the seeds that were in these crop circles were more potent and more productive, maybe twice or even more than that, and that the soil also was significantly more productive and energized. And along with that connection with, I feel like, who is on our team from other beings outside of Earth space, is this a plasmifying activity that goes on with these crop circles?
Can you go back, Vince or Rick or Flint? on to the agricultural teaching, please. And where in a picture you show the marrows and the cucumbers. Can you pick that up very quickly in the background, please? You know, in the promotion for agriculture, we show a shot of the cucumbers and the marrows and the lettuces. Can you find it, Flint or Rick? And put it on the screen?
I think I know what you mean. Okay,
Yeah, I know what you mean,
we'll
yeah.
try to look for it.
If you are referring to the field, then where such a thing happens, you see the answer. This is the knowledge of universe. It's a gift. It happens naturally when you bring such a system into operation. You say they scientifically see, we scientifically show. It's the same field. And it's been on the screen for nearly 2 years now. Jim brought them originally with the lettuces, and then the other people showed with the others. Our dearest friend Alex is testing crazy things in Africa with it. If he shows you things, you just go bananas. This is what you said. When the crops come in touch, the harvest changes. And these things just been watered regularly, and this is just water with CO2. This is the beauty of the field. What it does, in fact, it changes the atmosphere around the seed. So it takes the pressure off, the plants can grow. That's all it is. The left is the regular water, and the right, you can say, is the one which UFO has landed on it. That's the UFO of GANs. It's a gravitational magnetic field of GANs. It's a huge difference. There's another one with the cucumber. Jim reported, if I was right, 55 gram and 145 gram lettuces, 3 times more nearly. You have to understand the criteria behind it, the principle behind this work. It's just that because the field pressure dictates the size. I think the picture answers you very directly. We are here to serve and change humanity, and we will achieve it. We achieve this time. The plan is well set up, and we will achieve it. This time will be done by man himself. We just guide and teach. As I said many, many times, everyone takes according to their understanding. But this time we teach so much that the understanding more or less is equal by everyone. Any other question?
There was a question in live stream from Farid, who has a request from Mr. Keshe, if you can ask it from him. I want to know about the other dimensions, as the physicists say there's 11 of them, and if we can go to the other dimensions.
There's many dimensions as our universes. It depends what you want and what you expect from, what you're trying to achieve. If it doesn't fit you, it's no use to be in it.
Good day, Mr. Cash.
Yes.
Hey, Jalal. I would like to say it's time to be happy.
Depends what we call happiness, huh?
Awareness and elevation and love and peace. This is all happiness.
We got to measure the happiness, but what we get out of it, and if it's something we were expecting.
You are here. We don't afraid about about that. We know we are in good hands.
Any other question?
Hi, Mr. Kesh, it's Justin. Not really a question. You just mentioned earlier that the peace letters would be individualized. They are on the KFSSI site. And so far, I have contacted Trump and President Trudeau, since you asked.
Excuse me. I am present in support of Caroline's wish to connect with the universal community and open up the full channel of knowledge and information. This is Ted on Earth.
Thank you for confirming. A lot of people will still keep on coming back to confirm I am present with their name. It's welcome in the chats. It's welcome on the Facebooks. It's a statement you are in the present now to support the wish to connect with the Universal Councils. Thank you. Mr. Kesh? Hello?
Yes.
There was a nice request in one of the presentations. They have asked if it's possible to create the same letter as been gone out or is about to go out to the heads of states, to make it in a form that we can offer it to the medias, to go into public domain, radios, whatever you name, newspapers, magazines, wherever people can ask or request or even publish it themselves, but as in a media form. Thank you.
Should we wait until the leaders get the invitation first before we go public with it in that way? Or does it matter?
I think, Rick, you're right. We got to get everything out today, tomorrow, and then start from Monday.
The letters are already circulating. People have already downloaded, uploaded it, made their own version and sent it out in their personal name. I see what is happening on Facebook, and in the background, people are working with the letter. It's already circulating.
This letter has to go to people, other peace organizations too, not just around Keshe Foundation. We have to ask for their support. There are a lot of pressure groups around that we can use them. a lot of pressure groups and Jewish lobbies.
I think maybe, Rick, we can tomorrow share some time on explaining who and where people can get in touch to get this letter out, and who we can attract to involve more in this process. As this afternoon, Libby already presented it to the Ubuntu organization to welcome them in to teach us as much as we can share our knowledge back to them.
Okay, that sounds good.
Somebody was just writing in the chat that it should also be addressed to the mosques and in the religious levels.
We are going to translate it and we will send it to the all religious people and all who is in command.
May I suggest something, Mr. Kish? Beside people signing their own peace treaty, maybe we can go and request the public to sign the agreement with their leaders in the same format. Then we become all equal in signing the peace agreement. Any idea, knowledge seekers?
Could you say
Caroline,
that it? Go ahead.
Caroline, this is Ted here on Earth, and I've been wanting to reach out to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam, and I know that a lot of people may have mixed views on, his idea of peace. But after viewing his soul and listening to his heart, I think that internally he does have the view of true peace, and I think that if we could get him to support our message, that would be a big step for the African American community here in the United States.
What I was trying to explain as an idea is, why don't we also extend it to the citizens of each country to give them the opportunity to sign as well, beside their peace treaty?
Well, Mrs. Caroline, I support that 100%. I think that's a great idea.
Can we give to everybody all at once is the idea. I thought we need to sort of focus at this point on the national leaders and keep our attention on them till the end of the month is the idea.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Kesh?
Am I back?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. We have to be very careful. Don't jump off the gun. Let this go till Monday. Let the governments have time to read and study and respond, because the time has been given when we are expecting response back. And then we can push to get the response. We got to saturate the internet and the embassies and the presidential offices.
There's several people that are saying we should make a petition online. Again, maybe we should wait until we get we get the letters out and the leaders have a chance to think about it, or should we start pushing for some sort of petitions online right away?
I think, Rick, when you put it in the Facebook and then in the media, and everyone who is reading this letter, I think he, in one way, he will be signing that even without the pen, you know. Just read it. When he read it, he will be in that position. He will be near to the next week when we put it to the to the citizen.
I have to agree with Jalal. It's basically the same way Mr. Kesh.
Depends what we want to do, but we have to give a chance. We cannot go and bash about when they don't know. We've seen this happening in Ghana. In Ghana, we saw how the whole thing has worked to the benefit of the foundation. We'll discuss this in the coming time, and you will understand exactly how you handle it, how you put it out, the way it's got to be correct. As you know, if you remember, very scientifically I explained about the water which was there, and it was called all sorts of things, and then they said we see Mr. Lawrenson's changing name and giving a lot of false information, and they accepted it. But now they have done a massive investigation in the government, massive investigation, and this investigation has turned up to be to the benefit of the Keshe Foundation. You will see comes out of other countries, not Ghana. We finished with Ghana in that process, because now they understood. The minister has totally gone silent because he found out what he actually committed himself to with a lot of lies he received. You have to understand, a lot of people try to diffuse the situation in respect of the peace, and they will use every trick in the book. But these are the people who we have to ignore, but at the same time we have to be very aware that peace means a lot of changes, especially the way we are putting it out. It means horrendous amount of changes. You got to understand, nations overnight have to find out millions and millions and tens of millions of jobs. The fear of change is horrendous for some nations. The fear of what are we going to do with this so much soldiers, all these guns we have, all this money we spend on aircrafts fighting that are not used to. The point is that a sharp shock is better than the long-term pain. We saw it when the Eastern Bloc opened up overnight. Many soldiers on both sides were not soldiers anymore. Many guns nobody wanted to buy anymore. So the biggest fear, the biggest support we have to give to the world leaders is there is a new technology, there is a hope, there is a change. And this will come in next week or two, you will see. We have to bring the peace, the message of peace and hope with the new technology in a way which we are doing, but now accelerated in the coming days. The fear is what we're going to do, what's going to happen, how can we feed the nation, how can we support these things, how can we see the transition. The transition is the most horrible time, especially for the European nations. Very easy. Can you just go on the internet, please, Rick, if you can find out, and just put the GDP of, let's say, United Kingdom, GDP of Italy, GDP of Belgium, GDP of France and Germany, and bring out how much arms is part of this GDP. In China, the GDP is so huge building that the military is a peanut in it. In the European, is huge amount of it. Look at the United States GDP and the war machines, military, defense. And you have to understand what they call 1,000 defense job creates another 4,000 or 5,000 other jobs, cleanness, transport, shipping, everything else with it. So you put that factor into it. It's huge. That's the biggest fear of the nations. So we carry on. This situation we are facing is a situation of we got so far we can't go back anymore. We got so much involved in killing that we cannot stop. There has to be an alternative. There has to be a stop to it with the science, with knowledge, with technology. And the only will come is when we get scientists speaking, yes, there is a point, there is a change, there is a time, there is something which can be added to. They put so much negativity into it because then they can sell arms. This is the whole reason for it. The negativity is amazing. If you look at the national GDP, United States, EU, they don't put anymore England. If they put England and whatever, then China will go where China passes United States too. They become very clever. This is a psychological pattern. How come China, India, Canada, Brazil can stand on their own? Germany cannot stand on its own. England cannot, because then China cannot be third. You understand? China will come to the second, and if you look at the death growth national GDP, China has passed United States already 2 or 3 years ago. It used to be, now they put them together. They're still trying to show they're a force, but they don't exist. If you put UK national GDP, then you see it. Or Germany. It's so minimal. Germany just goes to the bottom. If you see country by country ranking, can you go further down, please? If you look at it, European Union, they won't allow that go in. European Union, nothing go because they count as a euro. That's what they want to do. Look at the United Kingdom. If you look at the GDP of United Kingdom, Greece is 196, and then it's still part of EU. They start a psychological stupidity of heart. They still don't want to let go of the reality. Belgium, 532. If you look at, just bring the Germany out, or bring the United Kingdom out, and see how much is the 1% of GDP is military hardware. If you put United Kingdom military GDP, you see what it comes to. Can we see that if we can dig it out? Or Belgium is 40% of GDP is military. Can you imagine? 4 out of 10 on the dole, plus another 2, 6 out of 10. Of course they won't be dead. In other words, they die. Can you take out the GDP of the United States and military hardware? Or the defense technology they call it, if you can find it, without the black budget, which is another 30%? Rick, can you look for a GDP, military GDP?
Yes, I've got one lined up here. Just a second.
Arm making makes a lot of money for a lot of people.
I gave you a link there in the chat, Rick.
Military expenditure, United States, $611 billion. China, $215 billion. Russia, $69 billion. Israel, $17 billion. Iran, $12 billion. Italy, 21. Saudi Arabia, 81. United Kingdom, 56. It's a huge, we are not millions, these are billions. A nation as small as Israel, 18 billion on defense. Can you imagine if they spend it on every Israeli nation? What they'll do? They'll all be billionaires. That's every year. Every year. If you look at the budget of the United States, 611 billion, they have 320 million, or let's say 400 million population. If you take multiplied by 1,000, it becomes 300. Each American can be given $2,000 a year, not to make arms. (3% of that), 2.2% of national. If you look, all of them, without fail, they spend around about 3% of their budget on military. Saudi Arabia, 10, a nation which has no enemies and is the richest nation in the world. Oman, 16% of its national growth goes into defense. Can you put these amount of money? They're in billions. It goes from trillions of billions. These amount of money can feed the nation to richness. And why are we spending it? Where are these going? Which factories they are supporting? And I'll tell you something, what the figures you see, now you understand why defense is important to these nations. $611 billion. 10%, 61 billion is the bribes and commissions. South Korea, 36 billion. Minimum 4 billion is bribe. Minimum. Military contracts 10 is minimum. But the biggest problem in this is disaster. I said this before. Let me show you something. I'm gonna add something here, you understand.
Mr. Kesh, just to let you know, we have another 3 or 4 minutes before we have to restart the live stream, the Facebook, if we need to carry on. If you'd like to continue, we could do that.
The funny thing is, let's pick up a nation like Israel. Here. 17.8 billion. We call it 18 billion. is military hardware expenditure. 10% of this is bribe, paid to the directors, the man who signs, the ministers and everything else. Let's say 2 billion. This military hardware is borrowed on. It's not something paid cash on. You borrow, you pay over time. Paid usually about 30 years. So the 2 billion over 30 years becomes 18 billion itself. So every man and woman pays in their life 18 billion for the bribe a minister has taken from their nation. This is what governments don't look at. The amount of bribe paid and the interest and the payback and everything else, because now the country is in debt. Original price was 16 billion, now is 18 billion. In 30 years, plus all the interest and everything else the government has to pay on this 2 billion, brings it, with what nation is not making because of what it's paying, to another 18 billion. So the day you sign a contract of 18 billion, the nation is already 36 billion in debts for its payment. This 2 billion is spent on the villas, on the luxury boats, on the prostitutes, drugs and drug parties. Now you understand. A nation, people of a nation have to work for their life to pay these debts. Double. Forget about the other 16 billion they have to pay. Now, is it worth it? Or the man who pushes for war, I'm too busy to go and sign a peace, he's got part of this 36 billion, which is part of this 18 billion for his grandchildren. I wonder how they die. When you read the guy who's such a nice guy, he's got a brain hemorrhage, go and see what contracts he signed that he's stolen from. How many lives he's brought into himself. Somebody dig out this guy's life. Which committees he's been sitting on.
He's on the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Kesh.
Or wolves are crying over the body of a wolf. This is what is the problem. Forget about what the nation will pay for the 16 billion. But actually the day you sign a contract, the same amount of contract is what the nation will pay back as an interest for the bribes and backhanders and commissions. You try to pay a nation. But the strangest thing is when you look at 17.8 billion of the Israelis, just look how many billions Saudi Arabia pays to Israel every year. Not far from that. Time is for peace. If people understand what they pay for the arms is actually cripples the nation with it. Just on the bribes of it. One president in one trip to Europe in buying for his nation gathered $13 billion. $13.5 billion. Unfortunately, he's dead now. He brought his daughter and his son and his family on the top floor of the hotel, and he sat on the bottom. Everybody came to sign a contract. For $1 was pushed to 50 cents, and then it says you can invoice it $2 for my nation. And the money has to be in my bank before I sign. $13.5 billion. And if you want to know where that money is, ask the King of Belgium, he'll tell you. He went out of Belgium. We have too many
Mr. Cash?
data. How much war has created mayhem? 13.5 billion in one trip only. And the
Mr.
nation
Cash?
has to pay most probably another 50, 60 billion by the time just on that amount. I told you many times, I've sat and I've been around these people too long. I've seen how it works and I've seen how they do things. Arms brings a lot of money, and with it brings a lot of other things. Any other question?
Caroline had a
And
question.
if you want to know where the
Can you
money
hear
is
us,
gone,
Mr. Kesh?
13.5 billion, walk into Dubai, half of the buildings are paid by that money.
Yes, I have a
When the
question,
president
Mr.
moved the 13.5 billion 9 o'clock in the morning, by 12 o'clock the bank went bankrupt, and the bank of the King of Belgium went bankrupt. They had to find a new name for the bank very quickly, and they just sold it and they bought it.
I don't think he can hear us, Caroline. Hello, Mr.
Look
Kesh?
for the National Bank of Belgium. You'll understand.
I think the same, he can't hear us.
The name of the president is President Rafsanjani of Iran.
I will post something in the chat,
Now they
Rick.
killed him 4 months ago.
It's a link.
Okay.
Mr. Cash?
We open the books because we have the books.
Hello, Mr. Kesh? Hello, Mr. Kesh? Can you hear us? Hello. Hello,
Any
Mr.
other
Kesh?
Hello.
Shall we
Hello?
call it a day? Maybe.
I think we better. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. I don't know if you can hear me, but yeah, we'll complete the workshop for now. And I'll remind people that we'll have...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Kesh?
I can hear you.
You can hear us? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we were trying to speak with you, but you couldn't hear us apparently.
You know, something happens on the bandwidth. I hope you heard what I said. When did you quieten?
Yes.
No. You stayed online, and I wanted to ask for Rick to bring the list of the weapon manufacturing. Then we can locate where they are, in which countries, and what they produce and their capacity.
I think we can't go that way. We leave it. It's just showing what it is. We got to concentrate on the presidents. They can shut these things down. But the thing is, most of the presidents take 3% to 5% cut on all the military contracts. Do we have to assure them, we give them another income, they don't need to worry about that? This is their biggest problem. We saw this in very recent situation. We are not talking about, because now it's a matter of the legal problem in another country. But the most of the attacks on Keshe Foundation comes from the people who are going through their what they call commissions. I've been asked clearly, do not make any comments, please. I will not make any comments.
One of the first things that came in our presentations this morning and yesterday, and I think Rick can confirm, and so many other knowledge seekers, because it repeated maybe 2 or 3 times that they were requesting for equal pay for each citizen per country, at least a minimum income that they
That's
didn't
how
have
it
to.
should be. This is what we are doing in Ghana. This
That
is one
was
of
the
the
request.
things, the biggest problem. This is how it should be done right. Is the, you have to make a man. This is the biggest problem we have in Ghana, in Africa. It's not the first time. I had this battle 20 years ago in my other businesses in Africa. I respect human beings, no matter where they are, to the life they live, according to what they do. And to a lot of people, it's not there. 20 years ago plus, I used to have business in Africa. And I received so many threats from people around me. You can't pay so much. We can't afford it. But they could afford it doing everything else, but not paying their staff the way they should be. Because I said, when you have a happy staff, they work better for you. That's why we are successful. You got to realize something. Respecting human being is not robbing the human being. A lot of people expect a lot for the little they do, but if really everybody is paid according to whatever it is, that they have a comfortable life, then anything to do. But something happened. Can you switch off the microphone, please? Paying for people to live a comfortable life has to be the human right. I run my businesses that way for nearly 40 years. I have a habit, other people know, who've been around me. I never say this is the wages I pay. I said, how much are you happy to have a comfortable life? And if I can match it, I match it till the time it can be matched. If it's not there, it doesn't go. In my business life, I always ask how much you want, and I always say, okay, if I need 2,000, ask for 2,500, he'll give me 1,800, I'm happy. He says 200, 2,000, I say, okay, I'll pay you 2,500. I take all his worries away. He has that holiday he was dreaming to have once a year. And this is what life has to be. We got to respect. And when we have problem, we tell people. We had this in Keshe Foundation in past 6-8 months. We told all our everybody around. This is what we are investing. We have so many investments we have. We all stood it. We took it. We stood the time of it, and when it solves and resolves, everybody works with it. But we don't change the style of life, no, this and that. It has to be. This is how a successful business stands. To the people who stand next to it during the good time, and then stand the expansion time, and then stand the bad time. And usually find successful businesses this way. When people understand this is the cycle we go through. But you have to respect life. What about if we open a Keshe Foundation bank account and we give everyone 5,000 euro right across the planet? The man in Canada suffers, and the man in Africa will become very rich man. As one wrote, I hope he's on the line, it says, I'm the richest man in my village. Or shall we say in Africa we pay him that much that he can afford to eat? No. He chooses to live in Africa. He takes the harshness of time. Maybe we have to pay him 10,000 more than the guy in Canada with all the pleasures and the comfort he has. The malaria, the tax, the lack of cleanliness and everything else. How many of you would like to have 3 diarrheas a week? Most of the Keshe Foundation workers do because of the hygiene there. So we have to pay them more. It's not paying more, it's giving the pleasure of comfort. Now that we can produce a lot of things and becomes more and more. One of my main targets in the next 6 to 12 months is to make machines which makes gold. That you can make fresh gold out of air. They maybe make blood. So we sell gold machines for very little, something like $200, $300 each. And so everybody can produce gold. I want to know what's the next metal we're going to choose. And then so we come to an agreement of paying per hour for a skill. So is the sweeper has a bigger skill than the doctor in the hospital, in the same hospital? Without the sweeper and the cleaner, he can't have his surgery to do his work or to do the heart operation. So he's as important as the cleaner. So how do we pay them? Just because somebody read the book or somebody who's a very good cleaner? Or do we pay both, that they both have the pleasure to live, they can both go out, take the children out for a dinner or whatever? Respecting life is the backbone of the successful race. Any other question? I think we better stop it, or we can go whole night. Next week and the week after, hopefully we're gonna start pushing for the ultimate goal. Please don't stop. If you're awake and you have time and you can get others and explain to people we're trying to do. We know what we're going to do. I've taken a huge risk, but it's a risk worth doing it. We started from the second. We get one person signing next month, is good. Then we make 2. And then we'll see the 3 and the 4 and the 5th. Now we have to write to Mr. Prime Minister of Australia. Would you like us to move you, or can you cancel an appointment for a day? It's a funeral of death, of the war. And send him a picture of it, that he can see he's on the warmongers. They don't like to see these things. They most probably ban Keshe Foundation from Australia. Any other question? Or shall we call it a day? Please, while I'm talking, while you're talking, while you're doing, try to cover as many embassies, ambassadors, presidents' offices. Don't go to mayors or the just ambassadors and the president's offices. These are the 2 places they ever listen to. And all the television, radio stations. And please send as many as you can to the President of Iran. I support his soul. He's going to be a huge, huge man who makes that step.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I think we need to end now because we have the Facebook is about to
expire.
end. Yeah.
Okay, you meet tomorrow morning. I will not be here. I'll be busy. So carry on. Please report on what you do, what you've done. Next 2, 3, 4 days, don't need any more teaching. Just try to concentrate who comes out with what solution, which organizations you're targeting. Get this to as many thousands and millions of people all over the world.
Very good. Will do.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Okay,
nice Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And thank you, everybody, for attending today's workshop, the 181st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, July 20th, 2017. This is the afternoon session. I believe we'll be combining the morning and afternoon session into a new release for this workshop together. Okay, we'll see folks tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the Blueprint for Peace for Humanity series continues. Okay, I'll end the live stream for now.